Introductions by members. Member for Lingara Wandifuka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to take the opportunity to honor and celebrate the life of a truly remarkable constituent in my community who just recently passed away earlier this week. Mr. Paul Johal. Even though we're not related by blood, I referred to him as Uncle Paul. In the South Asian community, that is a sign of endearment and a show of respect to your elders. Uncle Paul was not only a pioneering entrepreneur and a devoted family man, but also a cherished member of our community in Langford, whose legacy will never be forgotten. Paul's journey began when he immigrated to Victoria at the age of 12. From those early days of working in local sawmills to founding his businesses, Paul Johal Trucking and P&D Soil and Gravel, his story is one of determination, resilience, and success. But what truly set Paul apart was his unwavering commitment to his family and his community. Paul and his wife, G, built more than just businesses. They built a home and a life together on a 10-acre property in Langford, raising their 3 children, Rick, Nirmal, and Jess, in an environment that valued hard work, integrity, and compassion. This home became a testament to their lifelong partnership and shared dreams. Paul's legacy is also evident in the way he nurtured the next generation, ensuring his children and grandchildren were well positioned to continue the family's entrepreneurial spirit. His son Rick took over Paul Joe Hall Trucking, while Nirmal and his grandson Nicholas have been instrumental in running P&D Soil and Gravel. This is a family that under Paul's guidance has grown not just in numbers, but in stature and respect within our community. Moreover, Paul's contributions extended beyond the confines of his businesses. His participation in the annual Island Equipment Owners Association Christmas Truck Light Convoy and Food Drive highlighted his generosity and his belief in giving back to the community that had given so much to him and his family. He was a keen supporter of so many initiatives. He supported an event that I held to raise money for Cops for Cancer. He was a strong supporter in the last couple of years of initiatives to support Ukraine. He truly was a generous man. In remembering Paul, all of us in Langford, and certainly in this house, are reminded of the power of hard work, the importance of family, and the impact one individual can have on the lives of so many. Paul Joe Hall's story is one of humble beginnings, remarkable achievements, and unwavering dedication to those he loved and the community he served. As we reflect on his life and legacy, let us carry forward the values he embodied. Let us strive to emulate his work ethic, his commitment to family, and his generous spirit. Today and over the days ahead, as we say goodbye to our friend Paul Joe Hall, we also say thank you to him for the lessons he has taught us, for the paths he paved, and for the light he brought into all of our lives. Thank you, Paul, for everything. You'll be deeply missed, but your legacy will continue through your children, grandchildren, and continue to inspire us all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Langford, Wandifuka. Member for Boundaries Milkman.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to celebrate and recognize the life of someone I would call a friend, who also happened to be in the last competition against me for this seat here, Darrell Sears, who happened to be as well the president of the Conservative Party of BC a couple years ago. Darrell and I got to know each other on the campaign trail and genuinely really enjoyed each other's company. Darrell was a dedicated advocate for people and for communities, and putting the needs of people and communities ahead of corporate and special interest groups, in his words. We aligned on a lot of these things. He was, I would say, a very progressive thinker, and he died a couple months ago in a car accident, very, very young, and just genuinely, I think that he would have been a fantastic contributor to the Conservative Party, to our communities generally, and he will certainly be sorely missed. And wanted to rise and acknowledge and pay tribute to somebody that was taken away from us far, far too early.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills, orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this main chamber, call second reading of Bill 12, Public Health Accountability and Cost Recovery Act. Douglas for Committee Room, call Committee of the Whole for Bill 9, Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act. And in Birch Committee Room, call Committee Supply for Ministry of Water, Land, Resource Stewardship.
Committee Chairs. And Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
There we go. Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I will continue from where we left off prior to the lunch break. And just to reiterate, looked at the bill, Bill 12. I've read through the bill. Some of the key sections appear in the first 3 pages under definitions, with the purpose of the bill being to direct and distinct action by government against a person to recover the cost of healthcare benefits caused or contributed to by a health-related wrong. The question is, what is a health-related wrong? And that's also defined in the bill. This means a breach by a person of common law, equitable or statutory duty or obligation owed to persons in BC, or B, a tort that is committed in BC by a person that causes or contributes to disease, injury, or illness. And then, Mr. Speaker, you must ask, well, how do we define disease, injury, or illness? Well, that takes you to another definition, which is where a lot of the crux lies. Disease, injury, or illness includes the following: physical or mental injury or illness, which takes in account almost everything, problematic product use, addiction, general deterioration of health, and the last one, the risk of disease, injury, or illness. So disease, injury, or illness includes the risk of disease, injury, or illness, just to make sure we haven't missed anything. That is the essence of the bill. And if you try to figure out what exactly the government is trying to target in this omnibus bill that encompasses almost everything under the sun, I think one place to look is to look at the media, because sometimes the government, especially since they haven't been getting up and speaking to the bill for some reason, sometimes the government is short on details at second reading and wait for the committee stage, but they tend to answer questions to the media. And so in the media, this is March 28th, quote, this is the intention is to safeguard the physical and mental health and well-being of British Columbians. And they say this is laudable and an objective we should support. So what I would just like to say, just one second here, I just want to get the right media quotes and give them the appropriate citation. So Katie DeRosa on March 14th wrote an article, "New law would allow BC to sue social media companies, vape producers over health-related wrongs." So that's a little tighter than what the bill actually says. Sue social media companies, vape producers over health-related wrongs. And she says, she identifies the story of Carson Cleland, a 12-year-old Prince George boy who died by suicide in October, 10 hours after being contacted by a predator through Snapchat and asked to send explicit photographs. This is clearly a case where a bill like this should be in place to make sure that we safeguard our children, Mr. Speaker. The problem comes later in the details, and that is that this is not only aimed at, this bill is not only aimed at minors. There's nothing in the bill, as far as I can see, Mr. Speaker, that defines who actually is being targeted here for protection. In other words, it's for everyone, not just for minors, but for all. So if you take it to the extreme, if you look at what's allowed in the bill, which is that, I got to get the bill back, there it is. Any disease, injury, or illness, or risk of disease, injury, or illness, or addiction, or general deterioration of health, people not only who produce the products, but also distribute the products would be subject to this bill. Now, I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but I like my Tim Hortons. Give me some donuts, right? But we all know donuts can lead to obesity, and obesity is a risk to health. So who's going to decide if I, as an adult, choose to go out and live a lifestyle that might be dangerous to my own health? Does that mean that the government can now go after Tim Hortons for producing and distributing products that could be harmful to the health of British Columbians? So that's a serious question that we have to canvass in, unfortunately, committee stage. I wish we could actually do it here at second reading and get some clarification from the government members and tell me, no, you're all wrong, you're barking up the wrong tree. This is specific for these kinds of issues. So that would be nice, but so far I haven't seen that. So we go on to look at different parts of the media canvassing. The Katie DeRosa article on March 14th again says that the Attorney General, and I'm quoting from the article, sidestepped a question about whether the government is opening the door for lawsuits against oil and gas companies or firms that sell alcohol or sugary foods. There's the Tim Hortons example right there. She said the legislation is deliberately broad, so it can, she being the Attorney General, is deliberately broad, so it can apply to any companies that produce products designed to create addiction or that has caused a, quote, population-level harm, particularly in children and youth. Again, I agree with the targeting of children and youth, that this legislation should target children and youth and protect them. But population-level harm, I think some people can make the case that the population has been harmed over many, many years of promoting all kinds of things, whether it's the sugary drinks, the alcohol, it could be our self-image, right? Both male and female. What kind of harms do we see? People doing harm to themselves, trying to achieve the perfect body. We could bust our heart lifting weights that are way too heavy for us, and for me, that doesn't take much, right? I can bust a valve in no time trying to lift a weight. I certainly can lift some of my colleagues over my head. That'd be next to impossible. But I know they can do that to me because they're trained to do that, Mr. Speaker. But it begs the question: where are the boundaries? Where's the fence post on this legislation? There isn't any. It really leaves it up to a government, and who at government, to decide that some group in society has been targeted inappropriately by businesses. Are we going to go after the Mac stores because they're distributing products that could potentially be harmful at a societal level? This is really, really disturbing. So it's no wonder that a lot in the business community have written letters into the government. And when I say written letters, and I was here yesterday, Mr. Speaker, and you were in the chair, and one of my colleagues decided to read a letter that somebody else had read, right? And so I don't know whether I'm allowed to read the letter or not. So maybe, Mr. Speaker, you can clarify that for me. Am I allowed, according to the rules of engagement, and I've sat in your chair and I know them a little bit, I want you to definitely tell me that I'm not allowed to read that letter and where it says in the book that I can't read the letter.
It's just you can reference the letter for sure. It's just reading the whole letter verbatim. It's clause 43 around tedious repetition of the same letter. So if you'd like to look at standing order 43. But please continue. Just doesn't need to read the whole letter in its entirety as it's been read into the record multiple times now.
So, I really hate to use up my valuable time on this, but I'm going to anyway. So, clause 43.
Standing order 43.
Standing order 43. So Standing Order 43 says, what specifically, Mr. Speaker? Because I don't recall anything in Standing Order 43 that says, thou shalt not read a letter. I understand
Not the time for debate with the Speaker. Feel free to read what you need from that letter. I'm just asking as a guidance to not read the whole thing verbatim, as it is important to leave time for other colleagues who want to speak as well. Member for Kamloops North Thompson rises on a point of order.
The reason my colleague has raised this issue is yesterday the chair appeared to be reading from the standing orders, specifically referencing letters. We cannot find in Standing Order 43 any specific reference to letters, as the chair pointed out yesterday, saying very specifically. In fact, it actually refers to letters, I believe, is what the chair said, and then appeared to read from the book saying letters. And when we read the book, we haven't been able to find that. And I think that's why we're seeking clarification so that we don't see a further erosion of members' rights to read a letter that they are trying to stitch into their own debate in their own way based on how they're interpreting the letter into their own debate.
I would draw your attention to page 163, chapter 7, 7.3.5. It's about the application of rules on relevance and repetition, Standing Order 43. It's in the blue book that we've all been provided, and I'd invite the member to peruse that. 163. Please proceed, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the point of order and the discussion. It's good to clarify these things. So continuing with the media, Mr. Speaker, an article written by Emma Crawford and Michael Williams, posted on March 14th at 7:47, says the introduction of the Public Health Accountability and Cost Recovery Act would allow the province to sue social media companies, vape producers, or even those selling highly caffeinated energy drinks that target kids. Well, that's in part correct. It could sue a number of people, including media companies, vape producers, or those selling highly caffeinated energy drinks that target kids, but also that target adults. There's nothing anywhere that says this is limited to children. This is broad legislation that has widespread application in so many ways that, again, it's no wonder people are asking government to stop and consult and tighten up the legislation. And again, I certainly hope that it does so. For those who are watching me, there's bells going off. We'll see if it's 3 or 4. It's 2, 3. Maybe it's a quorum call. Should I proceed?
Please continue.
Okay, thank you very much. On an article, March 15th at 8 a.m. by Rob Shaw, who everyone knows, Rob said that Emily Laidlaw, the Canada Research Chair in Cybersecurity Law at University of Calgary, who specializes in online harms and platform regulation, says, how wide are they looking at for social media services, she asked. Are they going to include Amazon on this? Because Amazon products that have been sold on it have been used to take lives. And so I have a wait and see approach to see how they tackle these particular issues. So again, a realistic question by this expert who specializes in online harms and platform regulation says, are they going to go after Amazon for distributing the product? And, you know, as we all know, Amazon distributes almost everything in the world. So it'd be very interesting indeed. So those are some of the media reports which try to, I guess, tighten the scope of the legislation. I guess they were talking to the minister in some cases and try to tighten the scope of the legislation. But it really reinforces the fact that the legislation is so wide open and applies to so many people on so many fronts that really it attracts detractors. And I think it's unnecessary as far as distracting detractors. If the government would only consulted with the people that they're trying to represent here, to perhaps work with. The business community is one. Others that are distributing products, social media companies, Macs and Tim Hortons and Amazons and all those people. If they only consulted with the businesses ahead of time, the government might have been able to see that the legislation being proposed was just too broad, too large a net, and therefore might not actually be as effective, and certainly won't get the social buy-in that everyone in this House, I think, wants to give it, which is that we need to do something more to protect our children from these harms and predators out there. And this legislation, the way it's designed and written, without details and being so large in scope, I'm concerned that it's not going to get public support by the letters that we've been reading into the record. I got another one here today, and I'm loath to read it into the record because I don't want to take anybody else's chance from reading it into the record. Maybe I'll just quote from the letter a little bit and give an opportunity to my colleagues so they can do the same. I wouldn't want the speaker to shut them down. So this bill is reminiscent of previous legislation. I understand that, such as the Tobacco Damages and Healthcare Cost Recovery Act and the Opioid Damages and Healthcare Recovery Act. Yet it introduces so broad the mechanisms for recovering health-related costs compared to those acts. I don't know why the government didn't decide to specifically target individuals or corporations that we all have causes to concern with, rather than opening the door to some people with an agenda that want to go after all kinds of issues I mentioned today already about men and women worried about their body image and doing things to themselves and in some cases ending up in suicide. This legislation is just too broad, Mr. Speaker. I'm particularly interested in Clause 9, a novel introduction that grants a minister unprecedented power to issue certificates establishing the cost of health care benefits. This power, Mr. Speaker, encompasses costs already incurred and those, and I quote, likely to be provided, end quote, likely to be provided. It begs the question as who defines what is likely? On what basis? And this clause hands over a blank check of authority, potentially overreach, into realms of speculative justice with little oversight. Moreover, the expansion of definitions within the bill, such as benefit receipt or product or promote, signals a significant widening of the scope of this legislation, as I've already mentioned. While the intention to recover costs from a broader range of wrongdoers is clear, we must carefully consider the unintended consequences. And we've seen this year in and year out. And it's not only this government, it's previous governments and governments before previous governments. Introduced legislation without proper consultation, bingo, you have unintended consequences. And the reason why they're unintended is because no one asked. And if you don't go out there and ask, you won't get all the knowledge you need to make sure that you bring in a piece of legislation that is tight so that it actually does what you want it to do. Not you, Mr. Speaker, in particular, but what we want it to do, right? And it actually works and gets social buy-in. We need that social buy-in if we're going to have legislation that transcends governments. And I've been here for 15 years. This is the end of my 4th term. And I've seen legislation that has been introduced by one group, which is then rewritten or completely reversed by another group. And I would say that, for the most part, that's because the legislation itself isn't thinking generation from now. It's got to be thinking past the current 4-year cycle. It has to be thinking long term. And if you want, not you, but if we want to have legislation that lasts after a government is gone and a new government is put in place, even could be by the same party, it doesn't matter, then the legislation has to be well thought out, has to be well communicated, and it has to be well consulted on. If we can get all those things done, the consultation, the thinking, the debate, the specificity of the legislation, then there's a good chance that the legislation will see the light of day in a future government. It won't be completely rehauled or trashed, or as we've seen over the last number of governments, things come and go. And this legislation is so important to get right, so important to protect our children from predators and from people who just decide to look the other way, as we've seen in many cases in social media companies. So important to get it right that we want to make sure that we get it right now so that the next government, whoever's sitting in those chairs, will say, yes, that was a good piece of legislation. That was well done, well enacted, and well delivered. And it will pass the test of time, and it will help and save our children from harm and from what's going on out there in many cases. And I don't have children anymore. I have adults who used to be my children, and I have grandchildren. And they are just starting, and the oldest one is 8 years old, and she's just starting to use her phone. And it's being monitored carefully by her dad and her mom. They're doing their thing, and I'm there to support them as much as I can, right? But I'm just a grandfather. And I'm really concerned that once it's no longer just within the family that she's communicating, but she starts communicating with the outside world, what will that do to her? What will that, and my grandson, he's 4 years old, right? He's going to be following right in her footsteps. And they both love to have their picture taken, right? And I mea culpa, I'm out there taking their picture all the time, so I'm not helping much. But it brings warmth to my heart. Right? They both love to have their picture taken, and that's not going to change much as they get older, because I know everyone in this room loves to have their picture taken. They're politicians, right? No picture never happened, right? Those are the famous words. As if no picture, it never happened. So, everyone in this room loves to have their picture taken. But for some people, it really drives them to do harm to themselves. psychologically, physically, and we have to protect our children. So I really want this bill to be right. And right now, based on the input that we've received, it's just not there. So I'm asking government again, take a pause. It's okay. You know, it's okay to step back. All governments do it. It's okay to take a step back. You're not admitting defeat. All you're doing is saying, yeah, you know, maybe we didn't get it right the first time. Let's get it right together. Let's pass this unanimously right together. Take a pause, right? I can name you a bunch of times when I was in government, even when I was the Minister of Agriculture for 4 years, where, yeah, I had to back up and take a pause, right? I remember a member who Sunshine Coast, I think, was here yelling and screaming at me on this side. Right around here he was standing, yelling and screaming at me. And I was the minister on the other side. And over time, we decided, okay, let's just take a pause on this and consult more and work more. And at the end of the day, we got something better out of it. And I'm really hopeful that the government will decide to do the same thing here. That it'll look at the letters, the letter that I won't read into the record because I don't want to cause another point of order, and the other letters that I won't read, the new ones that we got, because it looks like my colleagues want to read it into the record, so I won't quote all of that letter either. But there are other letters that are coming forward, and they're well-written letters, they're well-intentioned letters, and they're not from the opposition. They're from people out there that are working very hard to drive our economy on a day-by-day basis. And they're concerned. They're concerned that this legislation, being as onerous as it is going to attract all kinds of higher costs for doing business, especially insurance costs. Insurance, because who knows if they're going to get sued, so they're going to have to be insured on that. Or perhaps they won't even set up businesses here. You know, I tell a lot of people, you know, when they say, you know, yeah, you know, how is business doing? You know, we see the numbers. And I tell them, you know what? You might get a front page story if a business leaves town because they can't afford to do it anymore, right? With all the, you know, I don't want to get partisan, but, you know, with all the taxes and everything that are happening over the last few years, you know, some of them just close up shop. They say, yeah, we're not competitive anymore. It doesn't work. And, you know, that might make page 3 of the paper or whatever. But what doesn't usually make the paper is the ones that were thinking of expanding to BC and decide not to expand here, right? They decide to go to Alberta or Washington State or somewhere else. You don't see a big front page story saying, oh, XYZ business decides to take their 5,000 jobs somewhere else, right? But all that hurts. It hurts all of us in here because we cannot afford to pay for healthcare, education, public safety, affordability measures, housing, and also balance the budget. We can't afford to do all that unless we have that kind of growth that creates good-paying jobs where people pay their taxes, businesses pay their taxes, and through that we are able to pay for those wonderful services. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, as we dissect the intentions of Bill 12, we also question the broader implications for our province's approach to public health. The legislation suggests a reactive stance, seeking reparations after the fact, rather than proactively preventing public health crises in the first place. And I would say that more prevention is necessary for us to be successful. So we've received the letter. We have 23 business associations, including the Greater Vancouver Board of Trade, CFIB, and others. These associations argue that the bill lacked consultation, as I mentioned, and will have significant negative legal and economic consequences. And they're asking for a pause. So, and at this point in my notes, I said, read the letter, but I won't do that. I will look at the next letter, which hasn't been read into the record, and this is from the BC Council, or Business Council of British Columbia. And the Business Council of British Columbia bring up a few points. Point number 1, the bill is excessively broad and unspecified range. Duly noted already. Potential number 2, risk versus proven impact. They are concerned that we are looking to legislate based on risk versus a proven impact to public safety. There is a low burden of proof, number 3. There's a departure from common law, number 4. And number 5, absolutely certain, they say, this will increase the cost of doing business, which really means it will cost jobs. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, and with the 15 seconds I have left, I just want to reiterate that there are better ways to do this. The Minister of Health and I and the head of the third party showed that some 2 years ago. We consulted extensively. I wish the government would follow that format and do so again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Boundary Similkameen.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I've sat and listened to quite a bit of this debate, and so I feel like I need to rise to make a few comments. I heard the member opposite, Mr. Speaker, refer to this as super odd parts of this, and I want to call his attention, given that the implication there is that this is somehow unprecedented. I do want to call his attention to the Healthcare Cost Recovery Act of 2008, as well as the similar legislation that has been passed in this House in the past around opioids and tobacco as precedent for a number of the elements within this act. I certainly am rising to speak in favor of this. I think for much of what we have already heard, and I appreciate your efforts, Mr. Speaker, to limit the tedium and repetition here, so I will not repeat that. We see the value of what this can deliver for us. We have seen it in the past, and I think that this holds promise to help protect particularly our children, as the member opposite identified. I will also very briefly clarify, because there seemed to be some confusion about what the legislation actually includes. So for those people that are listening to this, certainly from my time reading through this legislation, it is fairly clearly defined as requiring that a defendant be proven, and I will read from section 4.1. This says, if the government or the government of Canada, as the case may be, proves on the balance of probabilities that in respect of a product they did something illegal, that's not a direct quote, but is essentially what that second bullet refers to, and that their product causes harm. This is the standard of proof the government still has to reach as far as I interpret this piece of legislation, and the notion of being able to say to a company, if you have been proven to have done something illegal and that thing that you have done causes harm, that the burden of that cost should not be on government and therefore on taxpayers, and should be reasonably shared by the company that was engaged in the harm. And so I just rise to hopefully clarify that a little bit and lend my support to Bill 12. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Member for Penticton.
Mr. Chair, and thank you to my peers for the applause at me arriving. Just being facetious. Mr. Chair, I'm here today to discuss Bill 12, Public Health and Accountability and Cost Recovery Act. And I again just like to thank you very much for the opportunity. Interesting piece of legislation, thumbing through it and then coming up the stairs a few minutes ago to get into here. I had an interesting thought, and I'll jump ahead and then come back, but Clause 9, and it says in generic terms, is a novel introduction that grants the minister unprecedented power to issue certificates establishing the cost of healthcare benefits. And that this power, which encompasses cost, is already included, and to quote, likely to be provided, end to quote, raises a few questions. And I couldn't help but think about the dispersal of narcotics at this point in time by the government in a clean supply, and wondering, could the government be held responsible, Mr. Speaker, for that at some point in time by a concerned parent whose child was allowed the use or decided upon themselves the use of a narcotic that was being distributed to possibly help others underneath the pretext that has been discussed in the House here. But is the government, or could the government be held accountable? Now, I look across the way to some very good friends on that side of the House, a couple lawyers and a PhD, and are probably a lot smarter than me, but I do pose the question. And, the question is, choices have consequences. And the government is choosing, as we've heard by numerous speakers here, the government is choosing to go ahead full throttle on this bill even though there is lots of discussion coming from outside business entities, other individuals that are concerned about the direction of this and asking for a pause just to sit back. Let's just take a look at this a little bit closer. Let's just take a little bit more input. Let's take the input from the people that we all represent here, those incredible citizens that give us the opportunity from our various areas that we represent in the province to come and sit in the People's House, the People's House of Legislation, the People's House of places where a place where laws and good governance should be taken under the fullest consideration of all those that we represent. And I'm just a little apprehensive as what my peers on this side of the House are about addressing this in such a expeditious way. And again, I would like to thank my peer from the South Okanagan, Similkameen, and West Kootenays, Boundary Similkameen, maybe I think is the title, for stepping up and saying that, you know, he didn't have any issues with it, and he would like to see it go ahead. But, you know, again, choices have consequences, and I really think that there is an opportunity here to just to backpedal a little tiny bit, take under heed, and again, there's new letters as of April the 2nd that have come addressed to the Minister, the Honourable Attorney General, with some of the Business Council's concerns. And we all know that it's a different world out there at this point in time. We've been through some phenomenal years, well in excess of the normal 7-year business cycles. And we are approaching 14 years at this point in time, and things are changing. And we've heard the concerns that from Business Council, others have heard the concerns directly that the economy is teetering at this point in time. And I'm not maybe the smartest person in the world to say that it's on one side of the bell curve or the other, but it's definitely near the top, whether it's on the uphill side or whether it's sliding across the top and on the downhill side. And as we go forward, things are going to get a lot tougher. Governments, in their way, in their wisdom, have incurred to the individuals and to businesses and to families extra costs of recovery that the government has deemed that they would like to see coming back to government, so there can be a redistribution of that and of that money and wealth that is collected. But those costs have to be taken into consideration because at this point in time, the world, as I've said before, is changing, and it's not changing, I don't think, in the right direction for what governments are thinking, that they can continually to go back to taxpayers and continually ask for more and more. And when that day comes where we can definitely say that we are heading in one direction or the other, I think there's going to be a lot of surprise for everybody in this legislature that we are going to have to, at some point in time, buckle down and really realize that legislation like this, maybe with the best of intent, maybe with the best of direction from those that have written the bill, thought about the bill, maybe not explored the bill enough in the general populace, but when you start adding more and more costs onto small businesses, onto the citizens that we so proudly represent here in the legislature, there is going to be some pushback. And that pushback can be to individuals like ourselves that have the honor of sitting here in the legislature, or it'll be a pushback to the people in the general populace where a business just says, time out, enough is enough. I can't at this point in time incur any more, as what citizens may do. They just may say, hold on a second here. It's going to be time for a change at some point in time. Going through the bill on a phase by phase or point by point, you know, there are some issues that it really does that it does bring forward. And I could, clause 1. Definitions, pulls most from the Opioid Damages Recovery Act and the Tobacco Damages Act. What's new, and according to what I've seen, is that there is a benefit to citizens, including a deceased person. And one of the other things is that there is my understanding again, is the retroactivity. that may possibly be part and parcel of this bill. And when we start talking about wrongful death and everything else, and you start pointing fingers, how is that going to be decided? And then we take a look at disease, injury, or illness, as my peer on this side of the House said, which includes the risk of disease, injury, or illness, the risk of. This is a slippery slope when you think about it. And I think my peer did give an example of a skier that had skied out of bounds and incurred the costs, or track that. Somebody incurred the costs of rescuing that individual, hopefully alive, and bringing him back to safety. But how are those costs going to be apportioned? And I spent an awful lot of time, Mr. Chair, in my younger years in the bush, doing a lot of mountaineering that I miss dearly, but age has caught up to me and doesn't allow me to do the climbing or the mountaineering that I was so accustomed to when I was a lot younger. And I think about some of those risks that I probably took that I shouldn't have, in touch wood. I was able to come home myself and never had to call on somebody to come and rescue. There's a few times I would have liked to call on a few people to say, what the heck am I doing here? I have no business being here. Maybe if you think about me, good thoughts, I hopefully be home in a day or two. But, I bring up Europe, and having spent some time over there working, I know in Switzerland, when people go outside of areas for their own personal satisfaction and they go climbing, they actually have insurance that you can buy. And I don't even know if this could be even considered in British Columbia. I hope it would, with our search and rescue costs going through the roof as more and more people are exploring the beautiful country that we all call home, specifically here in British Columbia, and what it has to offer. Maybe that's something else we should be taking a look at while we're thinking about legislation. Mr. Chair, this is the opportunity to provide insurance opportunities. So search and rescue, which I know isn't attached to Bill 12, but the examples of people that are unnecessarily challenging themselves and really putting other people at risk to help save the individual that thought it would be good to go skiing out of bounds or go climb a mountain without the experience. So just one of the things I really think that we have to take a look at. And when the government brings up product, it includes goods and services and a byproduct. And I'm going, well, a byproduct. What, a byproduct of what? Is a byproduct of a narcotic, Narcan? Is a byproduct of a narcotic, of an overdose, the hospitalization? And again, I come back to my thoughts coming up the stairs. Should the government be thinking about those kind of things when they're actually bringing this in and giving the opportunity, I'm assuming, with a smart lawyer and a lot smarter than I am, to say, what's good for the government has to be good for the individual. So maybe they should be thinking this through. Promote is now, my understanding also, is not just for a product like an opioid product or tobacco product. And again, I think my peer had talked about some of the issues from a major distributor of retail products, Amazon today. Does that entity have to take responsibility for XYZ company that's selling a widget or a tidbit that may or may not affect somebody's life in the present or in the future? And I think it's really interesting that that hasn't really been discussed for what I have seen so far in the bill. And the clause 2 is the provincial government can recover the cost of healthcare benefits for a particular individual benefit of a recipient or an aggregate basis for a population of benefits. And again, this comes back to the Tobacco Recovery Act and the Opioid Act. However, it's much more broad-based. And I would like the defines of that capture net that the government is trying to include in that. And I'm not the only one. The Business Council, and as what has been said in this House earlier, about people are asking, how wide is this catchment? How wide is a retailer? How wide is a person that provides a specific service, a guide taking somebody into the bush, a ski hill providing somebody a lift up the mountain, an individual that loves gymnastics, or our kids going to a gymnastics school? Like, how wide is this catchment area going to be? And I think there's a little bit more definition that has to be brought into this. So Canadian government, and again I look at Clause 3, can recover the cost of healthcare benefits for a particular individual or recipient. If that's in place, is BC just trying to emulate it with a broader catchment? I would ask that, again, that the minister and staff, those that are writing the bills and the legal beagles in the government, really start thinking this through a little bit more. Coming back, well, the intention, my understanding, is to recover the costs from a wider range of wrongdoers. We must really consider the unintended consequences, and I said it a few minutes ago, choices have consequences, and there is personal risk that a person should assume when they're doing things outside of it. I know that the government can be one glove doesn't fit all, but to come back after something where an accident, maybe jumping over to ICBC with no fault insurance right now. So is there a no-fault opportunity in here for people to have themselves to say, hold on a second, I'm doing what somebody's doing, recreating on the weekend, doing something of my like. However, I get hurt, and there are costs incurred. And how is that going to be recovered? Is that recovered from the individual, or is that recovered from the club? Again, I mentioned, my kids went through soccer, hockey, ski racing, gymnastics, ballet. Are those entities going to be held accountable for an accident at some point in time? And so, I don't think the government, I would not like to think that the government is taking a heavy-handed approach to this, but not having the discussion, not having the opportunity of perusal, not having the government listen to those now that are really coming forward to this and saying, whoa, time out for a second. Let's take another look at this. Explain this to me a little bit more. How is this going to affect how I'm speaking about those in the private business area. How are we going to be affected if we continue to our business the way that we've always done it? Is this something else that insurance companies that we have, where you have liability insurance in your act of a business? Is it going to be covered? I think of home right now. I have wonderful neighbors that have 3 kids that my kids are growing up, and I was fortunate to get a very good quality trampoline that I didn't think would last as long as this one has, but the kids are utilizing the trampoline on it. So if those kids go bouncing off it and all of a sudden my insurance company says, well, wait a second, Mr. Ashton, here it is. Yes, you have liability, but that property that you own is now sitting on your neighbor's property. Who's going to be paying for that? So I just think that the devil's going to be in the details, Mr. Chair. And I really don't think that there's enough details in this. And I really think the government should just put a pause on this, take a sober second look at this, listen to what people are saying out in the general public, listen to what not only the government lawyers have said, but those maybe on the opposite side. Listen to people on this side of the House and maybe some of their own peers that are saying on this bill, maybe we should just tune this in a little bit. It won't be the first time that this has happened. Governments have pulled it back. We heard a few minutes ago from my peer from the Central Okanagan that a former Minister of Agriculture, where the opposition at the time, which is a current government, was vehement that something should be pulled back, and the minister, along with the government, listened. So it's not that doesn't happen. So maybe there is an opportunity to go forward on this with some additional input on it. Consultation, I'm just not sure how far that went. Mr. Speaker, I think consultation is something that we don't do enough of. We just don't do enough of in government, whether we're in municipal government, whether we're in regional government, whether we're provincial government and or federal government. I really think that there is a bigger need for consultation and a much broader need for consultation when something that is being brought forward as a regulation or as a law that has had that opportunity of input from all walks of life and be listened to, because as I said, choices have consequences, and if a government wants to push something through to their means and their time schedule, boy, it might just come back and bite them. It might come back and bite them a little bit more than what they've actually thought about. Accountability is another issue. You know, as we go through life, there is accountability. There's not only accountability, Mr. Speaker, for those that are committing an action that may bring themselves or others into harm, but there is accountability that, again, for the government has to really be accountable to those that so fortunately have put us in the position to make laws for their protection and for their future and for the future of this incredible province, so that we can carry on, hopefully at one day come back to being the #1 province in Canada. But we really have to be careful that accountability is taking place in all walks. And I'm not so sure that the government can say that they are going to be 100% accountable in their actions of seeking input on this bill. And I really think there is an opportunity for some comprehensive input, and also some opportunities to take a look at different strategies on what may or may not be in this bill, and if it isn't in the bill, what the opportunities are to bring additional input forward, which will make it better for all. You know, and we all want to ensure that the citizens of this province are looked after with health and safety and well-being. But the last thing I really think, Mr. Speaker, is an ideological one, is that the ideologics of a government, a current government, shouldn't put additional pressures, shouldn't put additional constraints or restrictions, or shouldn't put additional lack of opportunity to those that may have something more to add. And I know that the government tries to get as much through. This is a busy term for us with the bills that are coming forward, but I really, really think that there is an opportunity that let's take the ideological stuff out of this, and let's do something that is best, Mr. Speaker, for everybody that we represent. And the opportunity is here. The opportunity is right now to do a timeout, a pause, to work with each and every one of us in here, to work with the individuals that have come forward in the letters and the phone calls that we've been receiving. And, you know, we say, get in touch with the ministry, get in touch with the government of the day, and let them know your concerns. So if we're hearing about them, Mr. Speaker, I know that others are hearing about them. I think, Mr. Speaker, that as we go forward in these times of a little bit of turbulence, that we really have to take into consideration those that we are going to be affecting. Mr. Speaker, thank you for your patience today. Thank you as you lead, so I appreciate it. Madam Speaker, nice to see you. As we go forward, we really better be prepared to take a look at the ill effects that something like this, i.e. This particular Bill 12, may bring forward to the people that we represent. As I've said, coming from business, our family was involved in retail through literally the bottom 40% of British Columbia over many years. And I can tell you from being the individual that has to sign the front of the paycheck, not endorse the back of it, things like this are a concern, and they're a definite concern as costs are continually rising for all of British Columbians, whether you're an employee or an employer, whether you're a senior, whether you're somebody on a fixed income, or whether you're on a government subsidized a government subsidy to try and make your life a lot better. We have to be sure that as we, and I say because I'm part of the legislature, as we bring these bills forward and as we ask people to consider them, we need to be able to listen to what they're saying to ensure that the input is proper and that the technical and the legal terms are there, they're bulletproof. I think our previous lawyers always said if they have the blue corner on them, that's where you know that it's good, it's past my perusal, and it's past the opportunities, so that blue corner and the company seal attached to it can make all the difference in the world. So, Madam Speaker, through yourself, I would just ask that those in government, those that are making the rules and the regulations at this point in time, those that are probably a lot smarter than me, but those that also have 2 ears like what I have, that they are hearing what we're hearing about Bill 12. And I would just ask, and I ask them each and directly through yourself, Madam Speaker, that they consider what they're not only hearing in the legislature these days about Bill 12, but what they're hearing from the public and businesses and authorities, maybe not even just based in this province, but there's a concern being brought forward, and I would just ask the government of the day to listen to those concerns, to think about it, come back to, as I said earlier, choices have consequences. And as they go forward, I would ask them to remember one thing that was brought up to my two sisters and myself. My dad always said that the best pillow in life is a clean conscience. And I would really hope that the government and each and every one of us in here sleep well after this bill is passed, without the worry, knowing that it didn't have unintentional consequences. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity today. And again, please to the government, sober second thought can make all the difference in the world quite often. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Just need 1 sec to get myself situated. Thank you very much. I rise today, of course, to address Bill 12, the Public Health Accountability and Recovery Cost Recovery Act, of 2024, which is a piece of legislation that on the surface promises to safeguard public health and ensure wrongdoers bear the cost of their actions. This bill is reminiscent of previous legislation, such as the Tobacco Damages and the Healthcare Cost Recovery Act and the Opioid Damages and Healthcare Cost Recovery Act. Yet it's introducing broader mechanisms for recovering healthcare costs, specifically targeting individuals and corporations, and frankly, any entity that causes or contributes to public health issues. Honourable Speaker, I just want to talk for a minute related to this bill about hypocrisy. We had some very interesting debate here in this chamber this morning, for example, about the safety of nurses and patients in hospitals in British Columbia who themselves are being exposed to risky substances and potentially dangerous situations. And I ask myself, when I look at Bill 12 and I go through this legislation, where's the clause that brings accountability to this government? Where in Bill 12, where is it that, when we're talking about recovering the costs for healthcare damages, and it's pretty wild in here. The definition is, any injury or illness that is caused by a product or by a service. And I think to myself about things that this current government is doing now, like using medications off-label and using them for a non-evidence-based treatment. It's a safe supply program. Bonnie Henry's February 1st report actually notes that that is not an evidence-based. There's insufficient data collected on that to suggest that it's evidence-based. And so I think, getting back to Bill 12, I think to myself, when it comes to the risk of injury or illness, which could include, for example, addiction, developing an addiction, maybe you receive diverted safe supply. Where is it in Bill 12? Where is the accountability for the government? They're very quick to want to gather money from, it looks like, practically anyone in British Columbia that sells you a service or a product that could even risk your health. And that's the crazy part about this legislation. I mean, on the surface, and I don't want to make people think that I'm not supportive of legislation that potentially can protect children, that can help ensure that, it actually might even add a measure of safety to our society by making sure that people who are delivering services and products in British Columbia, that they actually feel like, we better make sure that these products and services are safe. Otherwise, we could face consequences in British Columbia. But the government is not keen at all to turn the finger and point at themselves when it comes to things that they do. And it's been brought to our attention through letters that were sent to this government from concerned businesses that people are actually quite concerned with this bill, Madam Speaker, Bill 12, that there may be unintended consequences. And this government is the king of unintended consequences, let me tell you. I mean, we look at so many things here in British Columbia. The unintended consequences that we face as a result of decriminalization, the unintended consequences of a catch and release justice system, the unintended consequences of having a health authority send out a directive that talks about allowing people to use drugs, hard drugs like crystal meth, in their hospital rooms. And we're in Bill 12. Where is the public health accountability for this government, Madam Speaker? So yeah, we hear from businesses. They're very concerned. I'm just going to read onto the record in my own words and put my own take and interpretation on a letter that was written to Premier Eby and the Attorney General. And the section that I want to make note of is that it says that some of their concerns from, and this is, by the way, signed by numerous signatories who hold both individual interests and large industry-wide interests and provide products to British Columbians. And if people would see this list, I'm sure they would see that a lot of these are familiar, and many British Columbians right now are probably receiving one or more services or products from any of these companies that are concerned about this legislation. Their concerns include, if enacted, this law appears to apply to any product, good, service, or byproduct, product and or service, which we understand creates liability for almost any business operating in or connected to BC. That's a lot. And it's not just that the actual illness or injury, it's actually also the risk of injury, Madam Speaker, which is, it is also quite mind-blowing. Similarly, this bill appears to apply not only to a product or service that may cause or contribute to injury or disease or illness, but also to a product that can contribute even to the risk of the disease, injury, or illness without clear criteria for determining these risks or costs. When I think about my own, habits or behaviors as a consumer, I would actually be kind of embarrassed at times to let people see my shopping cart, all the McCain Delicio pizzas, the nuggets, ketchup, all the things that probably have some health risk. Lunch meat, actually, people may not remember this, but only a couple years ago, lunch meat carries a risk of cancer. Bacon, any kind of product that has a smoke used to cure it, has a risk of cancer. So who is going to pay later in life if I develop cancer? How will you know it was the bacon? How will it be determined? And these are unanswered questions in Bill 12. I mean, this is so wide-ranging with such a wide scope that it literally could be anything. You know, soaps, you know, but how is this going to even be enforceable? And what are the limits? What are the limits in Bill 12 that help protect businesses? And what assurances? Who would, you know, honestly, I think to myself when I see this, who would open a business in BC knowing that if you sell a product that might carry some health risks, a donut shop, like my colleague from the Interior noted, those carry the risks of obesity, heart disease, there's, you know, diabetes. Does this mean that we're going to have businesses take out insurances so that, you know, in the chance that someone who comes to their establishment, buys one of their products, donuts, develops cancer down the road or diabetes, is it every donut shop that they went to that gets sued by the government? Or do they have to keep the receipt? And how do we prove it was that one? Like this legislation, I get it. And I honestly think that it wasn't a mean-spirited thing that brought this here to this House. I think that, in fact, quite the opposite. I think it was quite a caring idea, particularly when, you know, we're talking about things like harms of social media, you know, and knowing, and to be very serious, actually, is that people have even lost their lives because of online bullying and harassment, negative content. But when it comes to social media, there's also some other deeply concerning aspects. And I think that a lot of us became really, really acutely aware of this, Madam Speaker, during the pandemic. And it's confirmation bias. It's a harm, and if you'll just give me some latitude, I'll explain that it can be a harm associated with the spread of misinformation, which we know can cause harm. It can cause things like, for example, vaccine hesitancy, right? Because people may see, for example, some doctor spreading misinformation about becoming magnetized by taking a vaccine. That's wrong. It's been disproven. But it's things like confirmation bias, and how it works is that, you know, let's say you were concerned about something, a product. Maybe you're concerned that white bread is going to hurt you. So you might one time look up a chat group about white bread. And the way that social media platforms are made, they have algorithms built into them that starts to bring you more stories about white bread. It says, hey, Eleanor loves stories about white bread. So I'm going to start boosting all these white breads, you know, all of a sudden. So if the person is looking up something that is incorrect, for example, it's going to bring up more and more often the information that is incorrect. And it's going to confirm the biases that they may have developed. And so bringing it back to Bill 12, my question would be, does this type of legislation and the public health accountability and cost recovery, are we looking at those types of harms as well? For example, with misinformation about our medical system, with about treatments, with about illness prevention. Because I think that's an important question to ask. And, you know, potentially, and this is a positive maybe that we can talk about and debate, I mean, and looking clause by clause at this legislation, maybe it is an opportunity to look at how we fight things like misinformation about healthcare. And do go after people that spread misinformation. Misinformation is actually, especially through social media and the internet, is one of the biggest challenges that Canadians, and I would argue people around the world, are facing today. You know? But I'm still concerned with, I have to get back to my concern over really the breadth of the scope of what this legislation seeks to address. I think that it's just far too sweeping. It just encompasses way too much. And I think that while not mean-spirited and while with good intentions, of course, I think that it's not well planned out, and I think the risk of unintended consequences is significant. Like I said, Madam Speaker, we have actually seen a cooling off of our economy here. And we need to do everything that we can to ensure that businesses feel like they can be successful in BC. And when you see things, particularly the very evident lack of consultation, it's very evident, Madam Speaker. Businesses have come forward to say, hey, you actually haven't talked to us. And we're worried about the implications that this type of legislation would have on us. I think that taking the time to actually fully explore this type of legislation, how Bill 12, at the heart of it, will actually impact the viability of businesses in British Columbia. For people that, for example, if you have a Subway franchise, I mentioned earlier, there is a risk of cancer associated to lunch meat. What does Subway serve in a hot, delicious bun that is delicious? They serve lunch meat. So what kind of implications does this type of legislation have on, say, a franchise like Subway? Will they be sued in the future for people who develop cancers? Is it the one franchise that the person visited? Is it the entire company? Is it the corporation outside of British Columbia? And does this bill actually have the jurisdiction to address those issues if we're dealing with multinationals? And unfortunately, from what I can see in Bill 12, Honorable Speaker, that's just it's not made clear. And I think that when we look at other legislation that's come through this House, there's been a significant lack of consultation. And then the consultation that this government has done on certain, very large land-based acts, I would say, they do them in secret. They have to be found out only through the media when they dig. And so, this was an opportunity really on Bill 12 for the government to be open about it. And I think because it's not mean-spirited, because honestly, I think this is done with good intentions, there wasn't any reason not to talk to businesses. And at least, especially since, in this economy, the investment environment is tough. And we want to make sure that people feel comfortable to invest their companies, their businesses, their services, their service providers here in our province. And when there's these unanswered questions for businesses, especially those who may have a headquarters outside of British Columbia, larger corporations, bigger factories, manufacturers, and they have to ask themselves, wow, is BC worth doing business in? Because not only will I have the highest housing prices and rents in North America for my employees, not only will they have a hard time with the cost of living and pay the highest gas prices in North America, but also, am I going to be sued in the future for even the risk that someone might develop an illness based on the service or product that I'm providing? I'm sure that when people listen to this stuff and hear me talking about Subway and all that, it's not a joke. These are legitimate concerns, and I think the real joke, honestly, is how vague this legislation is. Bill 12 doesn't lay it out, and that's the problem. And I guess that's the point that I'm trying to make, even with these sort of maybe far-fetched examples, Madam Speaker, about the subway and the bread and the lunch meat. But the reality is that this legislation is so poorly defined, so sweeping, so broad, so all-encompassing, that these are the realities and the uncertainties. And when you create uncertainty for businesses, you reduce their appetite to invest in British Columbia. And that's just one of the potential unintended consequences that could befall us as a result of, first of all, the absolute lack of consultation, and because of an attempt to, I guess overreach is really the word I'm looking for, overreach, without a clearly defined pathway of how this legislation would apply to individual businesses. Again, I want to think about some of the unintended consequences that British Columbians are facing, and think about very recently being in MHNA estimates, mental health and addictions estimates. And I'll get to how it relates to Bill 12, but I actually spoke to the fact that there's drug exposures happening in hospitals, brought it up even during MHNA estimates, received information that in the Vancouver Island Health Authority, security officers were given respirators because of the likelihood that they would encounter toxic drug smoke in the course of their duties. And when I asked those series of questions, I also asked the government, are you setting aside money? Are you setting aside any money for the liability that this government will face as a result of injuries, illnesses, or deaths caused by this government's policies and the services that it's providing, or the lack of services that it's providing? Now, how this, well, the answer, by the way, was a non-answer. I suspect they aren't putting any money aside. But what I would say on Bill 12 is that how could the government anticipate how many people will become sick, ill, or injured as a result of their negligence? I think it would be really hard to make a guess. So how in the heck are businesses who relate to Bill 12 with their services, how in the heck are they going to be able to estimate this? How, when you have a look, Madam Speaker, at this legislation, how on earth can businesses function? And how can they possibly estimate how much money they need to set aside, or what type of insurance they need to buy? How much to deal with the possible outcomes from Bill 12?
Member, I wonder if we could have a temporary adjournment so that the committee can report out, and then we'll go back.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
If you could move adjournment of the debate
Madam Speaker, I'd like to move adjournment of the debate.
and reserve
my spot, and we'll pick it up soon.
Yes, thank you. You've heard the question. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. Committee Chair.
Madam Speaker, Section A reports progress on Bill number 9 and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again?
Next sitting.
Government House Leader.
Thank you. I call Bill 11 to the Committee of the Whole, Section A. Oh, and in Chambers, second reading of Bill 12.
Thank you. Recognizing the member for Surrey South to continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Yeah, to continue on where I left off, it is about businesses and certainty that a business needs. There is no doubt that particularly for those who employ a lot of people, who have a large cost associated with them, and recognizing as well that there's a huge cost associated to doing business in British Columbia, the cost of taxes in certain jurisdictions, the cost of even acquiring a property. And now on top of this, in Bill 12, you may be facing a huge liability if someone develops or, even associated to the risk of developing a serious illness, injury, or death as a result of your service or your product. How is it and what is the government going to do as it relates to Bill 12? How are we going to help businesses to actually navigate this? How will we make sure that we remain an attractive province for people to bring their businesses? Are we going to also create a situation where it limits products available to people in the community, Madam Speaker? Because if people who own businesses, grocery stores, become afraid that if the superstore might get sued for selling me my Lays because you can't just eat one, then are they going to stop selling it? And then for myself as a consumer and for all the consumers out there, is it going to limit our choice? Is it going to start limiting our choice? Is this a backhanded way of actually trying to get rid of products and services that many of us have come to enjoy by scaring off businesses so that they won't sell potato chips or pop, heavy cream, whipped cream, pie, whatever. I just think that it's too sweeping and maybe people think I'm being ridiculous, but I think that allowing for this much of an undefined territory and something that has such a huge implication and potential unintended consequence on business and on individuals, small businesses. I talked a lot about corporations, but the reality is that many businesses, like a bakery, for example, that might sell cakes, could be owned by a mom and pop. So someone gets diabetes, and what are they going to be sued for $1 million? I mean, honestly, it's concerning. So I understand, Honourable Speaker, that this is a well-intentioned piece of legislation, and there are things that I think are important. We do need to honestly make sure that particularly youth are protected from online harms. I think that we need to be able to do everything that we can to make sure that people in British Columbia can be as safe as possible. The government hasn't always demonstrated that they feel that way, but we certainly do. But again, my concern really lies where things are left far too undefined, far too many questions unanswered by the business community, and they're actually questions that I don't think, unfortunately, will be able to be addressed as we continue with this debate of Bill 12. Because I'm not even sure, like many other pieces of legislation that have come through here where, don't worry, it'll come out in the regulations, well, do you have any? No, and then a week later, pages and pages of regulations suddenly appeared. Is this what we're going to be facing with Bill 12? And the reason that it's not being brought forward is because they're actually outrageous, and the government doesn't want us to know? So, Madam Speaker, I really appreciate the time here today. And I think that if people have the opportunity to understand what's being created by this type of legislation and the fact that it is incredibly far-reaching, incredibly overreaching, incredibly undefined, I think that they should come forward and let your MLA know about your concerns. If you're a business owner in British Columbia right now that sells a product that could potentially be interpreted as being a risk to someone's health, whether it's a food product, a service, I think that you should let your MLA know. Let them know how you feel. I want to thank the House for giving me this opportunity. I look forward to having a fulsome debate of this bill. I thank all the business owners who came forward. And, I just hope that we get a lot more answers than we have questions when it comes to Bill 12. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Richmond, Queensborough.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief. Sky is not falling. This is classic consumer protection legislation that our old friend Ralph Nader would be very, very proud of. Our system implicitly has checks and balances, judicial checks and balances that deal with the causation presumption that there is in this bill. What the bill does is it gives the David the tools against the big monolithic Goliaths, the corporations, right? And it's easy to mitigate the damages. We already have something very similar in tobacco. It's easy to mitigate the damages. If you know that your product is inherently harmful, put a sign on it, right? Put a warning on it. Really, the crux of the bill is that if you make a product, you shouldn't be able to evade the foreseeable consequences of an inherently dangerous product. That's all it is, very simple. Again, really, really basic consumer protection legislation. Sky is not falling. Subway is not gonna, your individual Subway is not gonna get sued because you ate a mortadella sandwich or whatever. That's all. I'm in support of this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Skeena.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And speaking to Bill 12, the Public Health Accountability and Cost Recovery Act. And if the sky's not falling, as government says, and this is just a simple bill to protect citizens of British Columbia, then why is the business community so concerned about it? Why did we get this pretty specific bill letter from the business community to say the language has got to be tightened up? Us as opposition, we're not disputing the fact that we have to have protections for consumers and users of products and services. We're not disputing that. But we're just saying, or at least I'm going to say, that too much unchecked power with government can be abused and used for political purposes. And I've got a right to say that. Has anybody ever read or experienced anything under the Indian Act? This is why I'm not in favor of legislation that is too far-reaching and is too one-sided in terms of giving government too much power. I get what government's trying to achieve here in Bill 12. I get it, especially since they have an example previously, such as the Tobacco Damages and Health Care Cost Recovery Act and the Opioid Damages and Health Care Cost Recovery Act, which introduced similar mechanisms for recovering health-related costs. And I've heard that's what Bill 12 aims to achieve. But in reading some of the explanations on why this bill was brought in so quickly, I have some very conflicting issues with it, because in an interview, the Premier talked about basically two different things. The Premier talked about basically online threats. And then at the same time started talking about the big faceless companies that included social media type giants, vape manufacturers, and energy drink makers that have to be held accountable in British Columbia for the harm caused to people. Now, if anybody understands anything about the internet, they should really come in here and explain to us how to regulate the internet in terms of the harms that are being described here, because I feel it's two different things. And it's very hard to legislate and regulate the internet. And the Premier went on to talk about algorithms that targeted kids. So try go find a definition of algorithm and try to figure out how that fits in to a bill that is aimed to protect consumers and kids. The Premier cited the terrifying story of Carson Cleland, and that was a horrible story. And it's a story that we've heard in different instances, where an online predator targeted this poor 12-year-old that led to suicide. I don't see how that gets covered in this bill. Because the bill talks about big companies actually promoting specific products that actually endanger or potentially endanger the health of citizens of British Columbia. I think if you want to achieve everything that the Premier talked about, I think we need two separate bills. And by the way, it's not just predators online that are a danger, it's real-life predators. And I'm pretty sure we already have legislation for those predators in real life. We've already got laws against that. But online, in trying to research how to protect kids, mainly online, through legislation, is pretty tough. There are computer experts out there that know how to hide tracks very well. We've even got something called the dark web, where all the worst that society has to offer lives. I don't see how those two different issues get covered in Bill 12. I think you need a more detailed, technical bill to cover off the internet issue that the Premier talked about, especially when you're talking about the different platforms. The Premier, in referencing Bill 12, talked about Snapchat, which I tried and I don't understand it. So how do you regulate the different platforms that are out there? There's tons of platforms. There's Facebook, there's X, which used to be Twitter, Snapchat, there's the different communication apps out there that a lot of us use. So it's extremely hard to regulate that example, but it does have to be regulated at some point. But like a previous member mentioned, we need somebody smarter than us or smarter than me to come in and talk about how we regulate the internet to protect kids and vulnerable members of our community. I myself understood how easy it was for predators to access kids. And so any of my kids, whether it be my nieces or my nephews or my own kids, it was mandatory that they allowed me to get into their Facebook and check their messenger and check their messages and make sure that there was nobody in there that was actually messaging them. And it's tough for a kid, but when you explain to them that there's some bad people out there that are looking to access you, and they might be living halfway across the world, yeah. But there's a lot of ways for that to be hidden. You can delete them. You can put them in hidden files. But as a parent today, trying to figure out the internet, I'm a Gen Xer, so I'm living on the kind of the edge of technology. It's really hard for what they characterize as boomers to understand the real dangers of the internet. And if you really want to address what happened to this poor 12-year-old in Prince George who committed suicide, you need a separate bill. And I would love to debate a bill that digs into the dangers that are present online in all forms. And that could take us a week of debate. It's an issue that has to be addressed. And I know there's been some action at different levels to try to address that, and it hasn't been addressed fully just because of this example in Prince George. But I'm not sure if Bill 12 actually speaks to that. Bill 12, in a general sense, is talking about the dangers that are posed to citizens by a good or service that's provided to citizens. And if it does cause some damage, Bill 12 will be the mechanism to recover health costs. Actually, we agree with that. But this is too broad and general in scope. And that's what the business community is saying. They don't know how to prepare for this. A company that is just trying to provide a service is not fully aware if they will be actually brought to court through this legislation because somehow they provided a product that contributed to the demise of some person's health or safety. So the Vancouver Board of Trade, Able BC, the liquor industry. Oh, there's one. So I'm an alcoholic, 25 years recovering. Under this bill, who's responsible for me being an alcoholic if I relapse? Because the BC government supplies booze. They provide alcohol. Is the cost recovery going to go back to the government for them providing this alcohol? The British Columbia Hotel Association, the Rural Liquor Store Advisory Society. These are all organizations that say that this legislation is too broad and too vague. The Retail Council of Canada. I think it's going to affect every one of us. I just got put on again another diet for my own good. I'm not allowed to eat bread and sugar. It's been the worst 2 weeks of my life. But that's my choice. So when I break my diet, which I do on a daily basis, will that cost recovery go to the grocery store or the source of the flour or the sugar? This is why everybody's just saying you need to tighten the language up a bit. We get the intent. The BC craft brewers, the Canadian Craft Distillers Alliance, these guys need bigger logos. The British Columbia Craft Distillers Guild, the New Wave Wine Society, the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters. I mean, to a certain extent, we've already got organizations that address the safety of some of the products being delivered in Canada to begin with. We've got the Canadian Standards Association. The BC Chamber of Commerce has concerns. The BC Greenhouse Growers Association. The Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers. And the Chemistry Industry Association of Canada. That's a big one. Chemistry. And you think about this. The bill is so broad and general, it doesn't even exclude government. So the BC government sues Big Pharma for the opioid crisis. And probably with a cost recovery in terms of that court case, turned around and buys Dilaudid from Big Pharma and distributes it freely. Well, we've all seen the stories now on that drug being diverted away from the intended client. And now the question is, how much of this has been diverted to kids? Is this bill saying that whoever actually makes that distribution of diversion, are they responsible for this? Because if that's the case, that's the BC government. Or is this saying that you got to trace it back to whoever actually produced the Dilaudid in the first place? The kids call it dilly. They still call it dilly today. And now they're coming up with more slang names to talk about the combination of all these drugs combined into one. Who's responsible under this bill? Is it the government? I mean, the receipt will say BC government. When you look at that, which is probably something itself, I would love to see, where is the receipt in terms of the purchase of all this Dilaudid? What are the amounts that the BC government has purchased from Big Pharma? Where's the receipt? I think that proves, in a court of law at least, who would be responsible for cost recovery amounts when Bill 12 gets approved. It's a question you got to ask, because the bill itself is so broad and general. I don't know what the cost recovery is for my eating sugar and bread. It's probably doctor's visits, prescriptions. I don't even know what that amount is. But the letter itself, and from what I understand, there's more letters coming from the business community who've already been through so much. They've got so much downloaded costs in them from governments. I mean, we've seen all the retail shops closing down and restaurants closing down. Then we got COVID that they had to get through. A lot of those companies did not survive COVID. And now they got the uncertainty on whether or not they can survive a bill where they feel they just can't take the risk. I mean, we already know that bars and restaurants have to be responsible in terms of serving alcohol. They can be liable if they know for a fact that some person has drank too much and maybe caused something in terms of safety or maybe an accident. We understand that. So I think what the business community is asking and what the opposition is asking is that government be more specific in terms of what they're talking about, who they're going after. But because you can't put in legislation, to quote the Premier, big faceless companies, including social media giants, vape manufacturers, and energy drink makers. And if we could put this bill, like all this bill is, if all it is to bring attention to a much bigger issue that the public should be aware of, then communicate it, consult. Consult with people, consult with the business community. Then you can find the language to go into a bill that everybody understands. Otherwise, we're going to see a loss of services. Nobody's going to want to take the risk. And there's no certainty when a law comes from Victoria or Ottawa, for that matter, where nobody understands the rules. The business community does not like risk. They like certainty. And this language is just not specific enough to provide certainty. I mean, the business community itself has a number of signatories to it, and they sent this letter to every single MLA in this legislature. And part of what they're talking about is a lack of consultation, so nobody can deny that they didn't know what the business community concerns are. They've even had several articles written from the BC legal community talking about how general and vague this bill is, including analysis from McCarthy, Tetral, Burles, and others. And they're talking about how swiftly they responded to this bill. I got to agree. They did reply swiftly. And all they're asking for is a more detailed consultation to figure out exactly what this is. And the business community wants to help write the bill to achieve what the government is trying to achieve. That's all they're asking. And the official opposition and the business community are asking the government to take a pause. And not just to rethink it, but go talk to the business community, because the business community is basically the lifeblood of our communities. Especially in a small community like Terrace and Kitimat and rural communities. One business shut down, we feel it. 2 or 3 shut down, we're in trouble. And once the business community starts to leave town, professional services start to leave town. Doctors and nurses start to leave town. We know this because in Kitimat, that's what happened to us in the 80s and the 90s. It was an industrial town. 2 industries leave town, everybody else left. We went from a population from 15,000 to 7,000. And a lot of those people that left were professionals. So when you chase out the business community, a lot of professional services leave as well. And this is a bad time for professionals to leave a community like Kitimat. We've already got a number of doctors and nurses leaving for the last few years already. We can't afford to lose any more. And everybody knows that today, in today's day and age, you're not just hiring a doctor or a nurse. You're not just trying to retain a doctor or a nurse. You're trying to retain their family. You're trying to retain their spouse and their kids. It's not just the salary that matters in terms of attracting or retaining a professional. There's a whole suite of issues that have to be addressed, and a lot of that is goods and services. That's why Victoria and Vancouver are so much more attractive than rural areas, apart from another different issues that I hope to address in health estimates later on. The letter that the business community has written to the government, basically begging them to reconsider this, says that they agree with the safeguards and they want the appropriate guardrails in place. But they also want to warn the government that there's unintended consequences if we continue with the vague wording. And that's all we're asking. I do go back to the point, though, that this does give government a tremendous amount of power. And that power is not being balanced with what our communities depend on, the goods and services. The company gets up and leaves town, we're not without those goods and services. It's the people that suffer, not government. So I agree with my colleagues here, at least on this side of the House, who we've had member after member after member standing up and asking the government to reconsider Bill 12. And we also agree with the business community, with the letter that was sent on March 28th, 2024, to get government to actually step back a bit, pause and rethink this and consult the community. And dare I say, consult the community at large. By the time I get back home to Taskina, I'm going to have to try to explain this and try to explain the effect it's going to have in our community. From a community that's trying to basically rebuild. Kitimat, not so much, but Terrace, yes. We can't afford to see any more business leave Skeena. We can't do that. So I join my colleagues in saying government really needs to rethink this and take the time to write a bill that's specific to achieve what they're trying to address. If not, our communities will suffer and our constituents will suffer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing Peace River North.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity here to add my comments on Bill 12, the Public Health Accountability and Cost Recovery Act 2024. I think as we've heard from a number of my colleagues already, I think we all really appreciate, looking out and caring for the consumer and making sure that health is of a priority. And we've seen already over the years there is numerous regulations and checks and balances that are in place. But I think this just speaks again to the theme that we've seen over, a number of bills since I've been in this place for the last 7 or so years, where this just seems to be a power grab by this government, an overreach. We've seen it on a number of pieces of legislation over that time with, giving unprecedented power to government. And we've had these debates before. We've had organizations, come forward and say, what is the problem that we're trying to fix here? And I guess that is also a question that we have around this piece of legislation. What is the issue? Who is asking for this piece of legislation? And obviously, these are going to be questions that we will ask when we move into committee, and I'm sure that there will be a robust discussion once we do move into committee. But again, who is asking for this, and why have we not had the robust consultation that this government seems so proud to often pat themselves on the back and say we do it all the time? If that was the case, as my colleagues have pointed out numerous times, we wouldn't have had a letter from 24 or so of different associations from around the province saying, hey, you guys didn't talk to us. You guys haven't considered the impacts that these are going to have on us. And I will talk a little bit more about this letter a little later on. But, I think this is what really worries us. And my colleague from Skeena mentioned it earlier, and it is a slow, well, I shouldn't say slow, because it's been pretty rapid deterioration of stability in this province around creating a favorable business environment here in British Columbia. Whether we've seen it through the plethora of taxes that this government has implemented on businesses, red tape and regulation, to now seeing this Bill 12 coming forward as another, gut punch to businesses across the province, or potential gut punch. And I guess this is why I join on the bandwagon of calling the government to pause this piece of legislation, because it is too vague. There are too many wide open questions that this piece of legislation leaves behind. And again, this isn't just us saying it. We're talking 24 of the largest organizations and associations across the province have chimed in to say, whoa, you need to reflect on this and look at the potential unintended consequences that this bill could cause. So this isn't just us here in opposition as part of the BC United, saying that this isn't good. This is from across the province. In fact, I had a conversation this morning with one of my local restaurant owners. He owns a fast food restaurant, and my friend from Skeena kind of took my speaking points. I've been on my fair share of diets, and Honorable Speaker, I like French fries. Now, I'm sure I share that with many other people in this house today. But we know that French fries are not good for you. Deep fried food is not good for you. Fast food is generally not good for you. And this vague piece of legislation draws to question, well, who's responsible then? Are now the Burger Kings and McDonald's and A&W's, and sorry, I missed a whole bunch of other fast food restaurants out there, are now going to be held accountable for the all the health impacts that we have around eating out. And it's not just fast food, it's eating out in general. And that is where we have concerns with this bill. It is so vague that it leaves to wonder how overreaching does this government plan to continue to be in trying to recover health costs? Is this going to be the next funding line to keep our healthcare system going, which sadly is not the way to be doing it. It's to be looking at what we're doing now, and we've been, certainly canvassing that a lot in question period lately, and other talking points about, the poor state of our healthcare system, and it's not to do necessarily with, holding entities and restaurants and others accountable. It's holding this government accountable for looking after public health, spending the unbelievable amount of dollars that are already assigned to public health. So I wonder if this is another way that the government is able to just grab money wherever we can get it, because God knows that revenues are down. We've seen a slow whittling away at our resource sector, which brings a ton of revenue to the province of British Columbia. It is, I think the government's heard loud and clear that there's no more room to tax people. So what's next? We're just gonna, let's just start, hitting businesses and companies and organizations with potential health issues, and that'll help fund our healthcare. I'm hoping that I'm wrong, but it certainly, this legislation leaves me to wonder. I want to bring forward a comment that was made, a few speakers ago from the member for Richmond Queensborough. He said two things in his very short, I think about 1.5 minute remarks, that this is just standard consumer protection, or something like that was one of his comments. But this is not just standard consumer protection. I can tell you that. And the other line that the member mentioned, it's easy to mitigate a product if it is known to cause harm. Well, again, I mean, there's probably nothing that we purchase or do or engage with that doesn't have a certain level of risk that can't be mitigated. Are we going to be holding school districts accountable because they provide playgrounds where, sometimes a kid might fall off the swing and break an arm? It leaves open this piece of vague legislation, all the different angles that this government, even within itself, could find these liabilities and open up to, first of all, the government being pretty much the judge, jury, and executioner, lifting out all the other mechanisms that are there for if someone does have damages, to go through the legal system that is already in place. Again, this gives sweeping powers to the government, which again is something that we've seen in the past. We look at whether it our vehicles. We know that vehicles can cause harm. I've already talked about fast food. We look at sports, different sports organizations. Are we going to stop taking our kids to hockey because someone can get injured? Well, we know that there are these injuries out there, and we know that some things are inherent. Not some things. Many things are inherent. Have health issues, potential health issues that come along with them. And this is something, again, that we need to make sure that this legislation is very clear, because all these organizations that have been mentioned that have come out and said, we're not comfortable continuing down the path of this, is loud and clear. So I don't think that this is standard consumer protection, and it's not easy to mitigate. So these are things that we need to be taken into account. In fact, if I were to talk about something that certainly has health conditions, it's this government that has caused a lot of harm with their reckless decrim policies that they have in place. What is the cost of that to British Columbia's healthcare system? So again, Honorable Speaker, we need to be, not just throwing together legislation like we've seen with Bill 12 that is full of holes, that does not, gives anything but clarity, and it just provides a lot of uncertainty. And again, I don't want to say that the member for Skeena stole all of my notes, because he certainly didn't. But I come from a smaller city. I represent a number of small communities in Peace River North. We've seen already businesses that have left this jurisdiction, left British Columbia, and have taken their businesses an hour and a half away into Alberta. Of course, we live up in the far northeast, little towns of Beaver Lodge are starting to really grow. We've actually seen businesses move to Beaver Lodge. We've seen businesses move to Grand Prairie. And a lot of that comes back to what has already been talked about, is this creation of risk for people to want to do business in British Columbia. And this does no more than add a ton of risk for anybody who's wanting to do business here in BC. I want to make sure I don't miss anything on that page. So one of the other pieces, and we talk about vague language, is there's a number of lines, but this power which encompasses costs already concerned, and I quote, likely to be provided, end quote, gives huge alarms. And there's two things in there. There's a couple things in there. One, it already talks about, first of all, who defines what likely is. I've already talked for the last 10 minutes now on the likely cause that French fries, might lead to weight gain, diabetes, or other conditions, or playing on a playground or playing hockey. We know that there is likely some concerns around that. The other part is costs that have already incurred. So these are now retro, looking back on how far back can the government go. And again, this is not in the legislation, but how far back can the government look on damages on such individuals or what? I mean, can they go back 5 years? Can they go back 10 years? Or is it unlimited before they levy whatever kind of penalty that they might be looking at pursuing? So there's a number of alarms, and certainly around that language that I just read. Who's defining likely to cause damage, and how far in retrospect can you go in looking back at this? It also looks at challenges around people's responsibility. And I think my friend from Penticton had talked about this as well. And it goes back to, again, what my colleague from Skeena and myself said earlier, the level of responsibility that individuals also need to be holding, participating in certain activities, eating certain foods, or what have you. Again, where and why is the government's role feeling the need where they have to overstep those what would assume, I guess, is normal things that people do within society? Why does the government feel the need that they are now having to overstep into this and become the overpower, or giving the government themselves this power to feel the need that they can somehow recover the costs that these activities are causing on the healthcare system? And I just
Member.
don't see how.
Member, I don't want to interrupt you, but we have a report that needs to be made here in the House, and then we will come back to you. So I wonder if you could reserve your place and move adjournment of this debate.
Yeah, thanks, Honourable Speaker. I do reserve my right to resume my comments later, and I'll adjourn this debate.
Thank you, Member. Members have heard the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Section A reports Bill number 11, complete without amendment.
Thank you. And when shall the bill be read a third time?
Now, Mr. Speaker.
Now, says the acting House Leader. All those in favour of third reading? Opposed? Carried. Government House. Oh, thank you. Yes. Bill 11, Vancouver Charter Amendment Act 2024, has passed third reading. Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I call in Section A the Douglas Fir Room Committee of the Whole on Bill 13, and here in the chambers, continued second reading of Bill 12.
Thank you. We'll resume with the member for Peace River North. Peace River North.
All right. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And just carrying on again on Bill 12, the Public Health Accountability and Cost Recovery Act 2024. Again, talking about the concern that not only we here in the opposition have with this piece of legislation and the overreaching impacts that it has, as well as the expected unintended consequences. I do share that concern with a number of organizations, and I know that every member in this legislature has received this letter, and this letter is equivalent to in essence 24 letters being received from organizations that have significant roles to play within our province in representing their memberships. I mean, the Greater Vancouver Board of Trade, with an incredible membership that they represent. The British Columbia Hotel Association, representing the hotels across the province of British Columbia. The Liquor and Distribution Distillers Alliance, the Retail Council of Canada. We've even got, New Wave Wine Society, which I believe is out of Prince George with Pat Bell, Kofi, the Canadian Forests, the Wines of British Columbia. We've got the Canadian Federation of Independent Growers, Business Council of British Columbia, the Restaurants Canada, Canadian Federation of Independent Business, BC Chamber of Commerce, Canadian Beverage Association. I mean, the list goes on. And I've only touched on a few of these. These are organizations that have real concerns, not only themselves, but of the membership that they represent. And a membership which that does, in fact, have organizations and companies and members in every single one of our communities across British Columbia that are sounding the alarm that this piece of legislation is far too vague. In fact, even say here, Bill 12 must be, and I quote, Bill 12 must be clear and appropriately delineated so as not to inadvertently expose a wider spectrum of businesses to legal risk. The current draft does not achieve this and has been advanced without sufficient engagement. That's about as clear as you can get with concern by an association here that or with associations that, I probably couldn't put a number on, but would probably represent half of businesses, or more across British Columbia. And And I think it's important that this, technically they use the word draft this bill. The government could pause this bill quite easily. The government, and which I would probably, myself and everyone else has been calling on to take this back, do proper consultation. It's not that people, again, don't worry about the physical and mental health of British Columbians, because I think we all do. But this piece of legislation is actually going to be doing, more harm on a broader scale to British Columbia than I think that they will as far as improving it. BC United, we've come up with a number of policies, and whether or not we're talking about this or business or looking after British Columbians' health, we really want to focus on preventing health issues before they occur. And I think there's a level of education that we need to be doing to talk to people. We've seen this with tobacco, and this bill actually is connected or relatable to the Tobacco Damages and Healthcare Cost Recovery Act and the Opioid Damages and Healthcare Recovery Act. But we need to be looking at how do we prevent harms before they happen. Education. This is something that we've talked about on many cases, and this legislation just seems to be very reactive, a very knee-jerk reactive. And again, I wonder what is really the problem that the government is trying to fix here. And is it because there's a shortfall of money that, this is one way, there's another set of pockets, I guess, that the government can reach into and help fund healthcare? I mean, I'm only speculating, but there's certainly not enough direction to make me think otherwise within this piece of legislation. We've all been, calling for the government to review this, calling for the government to look at pausing this piece of legislation, consider the consequences that this could have, and I certainly share those concerns. I share the concerns from my colleagues in the opposition. I share my concerns with all of the different businesses, and certainly there are more concerns yet to come. This bill has just recently been tabled. As now we are starting to talk about it here in second reading, and media does their job. I think when people start looking into this legislation, I think we're going to start seeing a number of people, a number of organizations and entities across British Columbia starting to also come forward to government and start sounding the alarms that, this isn't probably going to be achieving what the government hopes. In fact, it will probably just amount to more risk for businesses, creating that environment that is not friendly to businesses and the resource sector. I mean, I didn't even talk about the resource sector. We could talk about, the health implications, around mining, oil and gas, forestry. It is endless, what this piece of legislation could touch on. But again, because it is so vague, we can only speculate. And, I think we've seen that with a lot of our comments here today, is because that's all we can do. And certainly in second reading, it is our role to start talking about these issues, start talking about, well, this legislation leaves us up to speculate. Obviously, these organizations, it leaves us up to, speculate and see the concerns that could be down the road, or the unintended consequences down the road. So, we will obviously get to some of these questions during committee stage, and I am looking forward to that. I'm sure that we will have more organizations reach out to government, and I believe that letter was sent out to everybody. So I am certainly looking forward to hearing the questions and the responses from the minister during committee stage. And finally, again, I just want to ask the minister, ask the government again to reconsider this piece of legislation, reconsider the impacts that it could have down the road, and listen to all of these different organizations that have come forward. So with that, again, Madam Speaker, it's been an honor and a privilege to give my remarks, or sorry, Honorable Speaker, I'm not sure who's in the chair right now, I can't see, but to give my remarks here, and with that, I'll take my place. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Member for Richmond North Centre.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today, I rise to address Bill 12. It is really my great honor and privilege to stand proudly in this chamber to debate on any piece of legislation. Especially as an immigrant woman in politics, I don't take this lightly at all, because I do understand the role of elected officials is to bring forward the voices and concern, not only of just my riding's constituents, but all British Columbians, including individuals, stakeholders, and all sectors. And I feel a little bit very emotional today to rise to address Bill 12, the Public Health Accountability and Cost Recovery Act 2024, a piece of legislation that, on the surface, promises to safeguard public health and ensure wrongdoers bear the cost of these actions. To have a deeper dive into this bill, we can't help but feel this just another example of NDP government of secrecy, with lack of consultation, lack of transparency, and lack of democracy, and also, of course, lack of engagement. I emigrated to this beautiful province in 1989 with my late husband and my daughter, who is now an adult, working far away from British Columbia because she cannot find opportunities to take on a really rewarding senior position in British Columbia during the last 7 years since the NDP government came into power. More than 10 years ago in 2013, I have decided to run for politics, to give up my very rewarding career as the CEO of a multicultural broadcasting station. Why do I have to give up my job and take into this political mission? Because as an immigrant woman in politics, I want to raise awareness of all immigrants, especially women, especially the visible minority, because I'm a visible minority woman, to let them know that by emigrating to this country, to this province, we really come here for the democracy, for the fact that we can have a say in the government. I want to encourage them that more of us should get involved in politics, should cast their votes come any election, irrespective of municipal election, provincial election, and federal election. Go further than that, they should try to get involved into politics, like what I have done in the past more than 10 years. My political journey has been filled by a deep desire to empower fellow immigrants, to engage in the political process and have their voices heard. I firmly and truly believe that democracy thrives when every individual, regardless of their background, their religion, their color of skin, or their culture, has the opportunity to participate in the legislative process and express their opinions freely, like what we are doing now exactly. But I have to say that I'm quite shocked and surprised that in spite of the fact that 23 Business Association on March 28 emailed a letter to all the 87 MLA in this legislature, and yet, if I'm correct, only 3 NDP government MLAs, in addition to the Attorney General, that spoke on this bill. Have they really truly read? The letter's not that long. It's only a few pages, even though we are all busy with our house duties, with our other legislative responsibility. I'm sure all my colleagues should find time to read through the letter, to understand the concern of these 23 business associations coming from so many different sectors, the retail sector, the energy sector, the manufacturing sector, the technology sector, and the health sector. If my colleagues in the government truly believe that the concern raised by so many members, thousands of members of this 23 Business Association, are not cause for concern, as my colleague from Richmond, the MA from Richmond Queensborough, said, this is standard consumer protection. The sky is not falling. Then why not stand up and educate all those business people so that they can have a peace of mind? And why not have a consultation, a broader consultation, engagement with thousands of members of all the business associations to sit down and talk to them? That I truly cannot understand. The lack of transparency exhibited by this NDP government not only undermines public trust, but also hampers the ability of immigrants, such as many of my friends in the community and my constituents, and also other marginalized groups, to fully participate in our Western democracy that we are so proud of as a country, as a province. And that's why so many immigrants decided to choose Canada as their home country. I'm one of those, because when we were back home in Asia, we heard so much good things, positive good things about Canada, about our beautiful province. Without access to information and meaningful engagement opportunities, many individuals are left on the sidelines. Their voices, just like thousands of members of this 23 Business Association, have been silenced by a government that claims to represent them. Furthermore, the NDP's disregard for democratic law sets a dangerous precedent and erodes the very foundation of our political system. Immigrants, like myself, I'm one of those, but I'm not seeking refuge, I'm just seeking for a better life, who often come to Canada seeking refuge from authoritarian regimes and oppressive governments. They are understandably dismayed by the lack of transparency and accountability displayed by their elected officials. It is incumbent upon us, each of the 87, including myself, elected officials in this chamber, to lead by example, and please, please, uphold the principle of democracy that are central to our country, to our province, to our community, to our society. We must work tirelessly to promote transparency, to promote accountability, and to promote inclusivity in government, ensuring that all voices are heard and all perspectives are considered in the legislative process. Only then that together, united, where we can build a more democratic and equitable future for all residents of British Columbia, where every opportunity, every individual has the opportunity to contribute to shaping the policies that impact their lives. Now, coming back to this bill. Bill 12, the Public Health Accountability and Cost Recovery Act 2024, is really reminiscent of previous legislation, such as the Tobacco Damages and Healthcare Cost Recovery Act and the Opioid Damages and Healthcare Cost Recovery Act. But it introduces broad mechanism for recovering health-related costs. And specifically, it targets individual corporations and any entity that causes or contributes to public health issues. I have been reading through the letter from the 23 Business Association on March 28th, and then this Tuesday, one of the 23 business associations, the Business Council of British Columbia, again sent an individual standalone letter to us. I'm not going to talk about the legal expert because I'm not on the legal implication because I'm not really a legal expert, but I'm really struck by what they talk about how this bill can deter investment into our business sector and also further erode our economy. That is what is so concerning. Already, after this NDP government came into power in 2017, in the last 7 to 8 years, life becomes so unaffordable. Rental has become so high. We have the highest rental in Canada and the most unaffordable city in the whole country. Not to mention about the deteriorating health care, that 1 in 5 British Columbia doesn't have a family doctor, and so on and so forth. I'm not going to spend time, Mr. Speaker, to talk about this. I'm sure every one of our 87 elected officials, they hear loud and clear from their constituents how challenging and life is. That's why I'm concerned how this bill will further erode our economy. Just recently, there's a news report, actually. I don't have to read this news report. Even myself have heard from my constituent all the time, phone calls, meetings, and email, saying that, especially my riding of Richmond North Centre, because the downtown is right in my riding, where I have many small businesses, grocery stores, small restaurants, high-end restaurants, and there's a supermarket that right in my riding. They have been talking to both the Chinese language media and the English language media, saying that they have been losing hundreds of dollars every week because they have to deal with the frequent shoplifting. And the thing is, it just happens every day. every single hour their supermarket is open for business, and they cannot get the police to come and really get down to the roots of it. And according to statistics in Richmond, if I can get my statistic here, the data show Richmond recorded 149 shoplifting incidents in February, up 28% from January and up 50% from the year prior.
Is the member able to help connect that to the bill?
Yes, that's what I'm connecting.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for reminding me, because this bill got the concern from 23 business associations, which stated clearly that, let me quote it to you so that Mr. Speaker knows why I have to talk about the small business suffering in Richmond, and they will further suffer with the introduction of this bill. This is from Business Council of BC on April the 2nd, saying that if Mr. Speaker allow me, I want to read out the whole paragraph. I quote, "To be clear, it is not the intention of the Act to safeguard the health of British Columbians we dispute. It is the broad way the bill is written, which has the potential to significantly undermine investor confidence in the province. In the last week, we have directly heard concerns about Bill 12 from companies in 5 different sectors: retail, energy, manufacturing, technology, and health. They are all alarmed by the broad scope and expensive new powers embedded in the proposed legislation, raising the specter of lawsuits around a diverse range of products, from energy drinks and fast food to social media and natural gas." And when they conclude the letter, BCBC said, "In addition to writing to raise concern, we are offering to work together to help you," meaning the Attorney General, "better understand why businesses across so many sectors are worried and explore options to achieve your desired outcomes without risking a further decline in investment in the province." In bracket, it said, "Industrial investment has declined for the 5th consecutive year in 2023 and total just under $700 million. And then the letter that was signed by 23 Business Association CEO, addressing to the Premier and Attorney General, dated March 28, also talk about the economic aspect. Mr. Speaker, that's why I have to refer to Richmond Law Center, which I represent. I have a duty to convey the voices and concern and worries of my constituents to this House. And in that letter, if Mr. Speaker allow me to quote the paragraph once again, and it's a different one, but it's along the same line, I quote, "The potential consequences of this point could be significant, and the expanded scope of liability, along with the related expanded legal and insurance costs due to the broad nature of the bill, are significant concern for BC businesses. This costs come amidst economic uncertainty, low growth, and a rapidly rising population. BC's economy is slowing, as demonstrated by year-over-year decrease in retail sales per January 2024 data. Inevitably, this cost, associated with increased liability and uncertainty, are paid by consumers and businesses." Mr. Speaker, I remember from 2013 to 2017, I was honored to be the Minister of International Trade. And I was proud that our then government have attracted a lot of investment from other provinces and also from Asia Pacific to come and invest in our province. And that's why from 2013 all the way to 2017, the 16 years were the most prosperous period of British Columbia. But then, when NDP government took power in 2017, the first couple of years were still okay because the Liberal government, now the BC United, called BC United, left a huge, a good financial situation for this ND government to squander. That's why the first few years was okay until they spend all the money, and this government doesn't know how to attract investment, doesn't know how to provide a favorable business environment for small business, medium business, and big business to thrive, and that's why we are facing all these problems. And that's why, coming back to this bill, that if 23 business associations coming from different sectors raise their concern, and they are not asking not to go ahead with something that the government said they want to achieve, but they are only asking for a pause, for consultation, a much more broader consulting engagement. I have to talk about consultation because I got a lot of calls from my constituents. I have to, if Mr. Speaker allow me, just to justify why this bill needs a consultation, cite this example. Even though Mr. Speaker might think that's not related to this bill, I think it is, because my constituents were so upset that when the proposed safe injunction site motion was brought forward in the Richmond City Council, 1 week before that, the Vancouver Coastal Health, which is part of the Ministry of Health, sent a letter to endorse them and support the motion to be brought forward. And it's only after more than 20,000 constituents and also Richmond residents petitioned to voice their opposition to this proposed safe consumption site, and hundreds of people turned up at the 2-day public hearing, that this ND government said that we won't go ahead. But how come they never have a public consultation with Richmond residents about their idea of having a safe consumption site? Why do we have to
I think we've gone a little far off track, member. If we're able to bring it back to Bill 12, thank you.
That's why I'm using this one to justify that this bill, once again, demonstrates this government, this NDP government, has never learned. And time again, they introduce a bill without having proper consultation with the stakeholder. Mr. Speaker, we have to bring this up because I heard all the time, I'm hearing, and I'm sure I'll be hearing from my constituents and British Columbians when I go to other cities, that they are not happy with this NDP government because they never listen. They just go ahead and rush the bill through. They don't even allow sufficient time for opposition NRA to express their will. They just impose a closure and just pass a bill. They know they have the big majority. They don't have to listen. But this is not what democracy is about, Mr. Speaker. I have trouble trying to explain, trying to encourage my constituents, many of them are immigrants, to ask them to get involved in the political process. They said, what for? They said, MLA, I can't say my name, they said, MLA, why do you keep asking us to get involved in the political process when we don't see any proper democratic process unfolding during the last 7 years. I don't know how to explain to them. If Mr. Speaker can tell me how to explain to them, I'm more than pleased to listen. But I have big trouble. That's why I have to bring this up. And I have to tell my constituent, I'm doing my elected official responsibility, bringing their fear, their concern, their voices, their disappointment to this chamber, hoping that my other 86, I'm the 87, elected officials can wake up and listen, please, listen to your constituents and do your responsibility as an elected official. I'm sure every one of us has given up our own profession to take up this challenging political mission. I won't say it's a career. I always see it as my mission. Each one of us has a story to tell, that why should we sacrifice so much of our family time and spend our time during the session in Victoria, during the long session in our constituency, traveling around, because we want this province to be inclusive, to be prosperous, to be a fully democratic province, so that all immigrants, I guess most of us are immigrants, only the First Nation are here from day one, that when our ancestors, when they first came here, I'm sure most of us really respect and admire our democracy. And it's really interesting to note that the governing party is called New Democratic Party. I wonder whether this is a new form of democracy that is just passing the bill in the legislature, raise your hand, stand up and say A or nay. And is that what democracy is about? I'm learning every day. And I have a tough time doing the last 7 years. I'm questioning myself. Is it worthwhile sacrificing my family time and be an elected official if I cannot make changes and I cannot get the governing elected official to listen? And I feel I'm useless. And this weekend, I'm going back to my constituency. I'm sure I told them to watch my debate. And I'm sure they will ask me once again, MLA. So after your passionate 30 minutes remarks, would you think that there will be a change? Would you think that this government will truly listen to all those who stood up and give our argument? And will they truly listen to the thousands of members of the 23 business associations and cause for a pause and engage in a wide-ranging consultation with this 23 business association and listen to their concern and come up with a much better and more welcome piece of legislation? If the government could listen and listen not only to us, but to listen to the thousands of business association members and the small and medium-sized businesses, I think this government will win a lot of support. But if they don't, we will have to see. I guess I'm getting quite emotional because I have listened to my colleagues. They all spoke so eloquently than me, and they make their case so loud and clear. And unfortunately, their powerful remarks haven't moved many of the government side to come up and defend the bill, not only to defend, but to explain to this side, more importantly, to thousands of members of the 23 Business Association, so that they have a peace of mind, so that they don't have so much concern. Because the survival and the lives of the thousands of family members, of the thousands of members of the 23 Business Association are at stake. And the sky is slowly falling down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Member for Prince George Valemount.
Good afternoon, Honourable Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to provide remarks in the Legislature today. I was just reflecting on the fact that I wanted to just take a moment to thank the Chamber staff. For one thing, they spend hours in this building listening to every single speaker. They run and grab podiums and cough candies and millions of other things to take care of us, and I just wanted to express my gratitude for the work that they do every day to make this place operate. We want you to know how much we appreciate you, so thank you for that.
Here.
Imagine the devastation of losing your child as a result of online sextortion. That's exactly what happened to 12-year-old Carson Cleland of Prince George. He died because of horrific predatory behavior. This kind of heartbreaking tragedy impacts all of us. And we are very thankful that Carson's courageous parents, Ryan and Nicola, shared their story. And they did that to ensure that other families don't face this absolutely unimaginable situation. And I also want to say I appreciate the fact that the Premier of British Columbia reached out to that family, and I'm sure that meant a great deal to them. And I can understand how that kind of contact and that kind of circumstance drove the creation of this piece of legislation. And that's really what is behind this bill, Bill 12. And when we think about Carson's story, we don't have to think very hard when we recognize that those circumstances, when we think about young people and children and online platforms, happen far too often. And we know that in this legislature for many years we've told and listened to the stories of young people who've been exploited, ultimately lost their lives, and that matters to all of us. And I understand the Premier and Attorney General's passion about saying, we have to do something about that. And I would wager that not one person in this legislature disagrees with that. But what government members and hopefully cabinet ministers are hearing over the course of the last few days isn't about not wanting to move forward and deal with issues as serious as online harassment and those big, to use the Premier's own words, big faceless corporations. In fact, there's been references made to the fact that this bill might apply to things like vaping. And again, there is probably broad support for the discussion about what we need to do to make sure we are protecting children and young people from things like sextortion, online platforms, vaping. And I want to just recognize my colleague, the member from Kamloops North Thompson, for his relentless efforts to deal with the issue of vaping in British Columbia. He has daughters, and he understood the importance of taking steps to deal with how we manage that in British Columbia, where it should happen, and all of those things. So it's not a partisan issue to have a debate and a piece of legislation that looks at how are we going to manage the things that potentially harm young people, children, and adults in British Columbia. That's an important discussion. And when I think of the tragedies that have occurred across the province and around the world, of course we need to have those discussions. And I want to make sure that I recognize it's Kamloops South Thompson. That would be, he will remind me of that in terms of the vaping issue. But what has happened with this piece of legislation? And one of the things I know that is interesting, people love to watch the drama of question period, perhaps, and wonder what on earth is going on in the legislature this afternoon. This is the meat and potatoes of what people who are elected to public office do. Bills are tabled, and it is the job of the opposition members to get up and critique that legislation, not because they don't understand or even see the need for legislative action. But the question is, does the bill do what it was intended to do? And in this case, the bill does a lot more, in our view, than it was intended to do. And our job is to say, let's take a look at that piece of legislation and figure out, first of all, this bill is based, and we've heard repeatedly, on previous bills that have been introduced in the legislature. And in fact, those bills dealt with the issue of tobacco and opioids. And if we look at the first bill that was introduced here, when it comes to the issue of tobacco, when it was first tested, it was found to be unconstitutional. That's why we do the work we do in this place, to try to figure out how you create laws that actually comply with the Constitution of our country. So that happened in the 1990s. There was a bill related to managing tobacco products and looking at how we recover costs there. In the 90s, it was deemed to be unconstitutional. And after work, feedback, and changes, in 2000, that bill was deemed to be valid. So work was done. It wasn't perfect the first time round. Similar law was introduced in 2018, and that was to deal with opioids. But if we stop and think about what the reaction to this bill has been, if it's about making sure that children are not impacted by predatory, horrific behavior online, we would be hearing overwhelming support. We have heard the word laudable when it comes to this legislation, and then there's a but. That's what we need to talk about. Other words to describe this legislation include vague, overreach, sweeping, creating novel liability risks across a broad range of industries. Those are significant concerns when it comes to creating law in British Columbia. Laws aren't something you can just decide you're going to go back to your office and change. It means you have to come back into this legislature and either choose to amend, and heaven knows we see all kinds of miscellaneous statutes amendments bills, because sometimes there's a comma missing or the word's wrong, or other times there are significant changes made to a piece of law. So we are talking about a very serious process. And part of that is saying, is this bill doing what it was intended to do? Is it doing enough, or is it doing too much? So let's look at some of the concerns that have been expressed about the bill. And as I noted earlier, and we've heard the Attorney General, and having been an Attorney General, I do understand the process and the steps that it takes to bring law to this House. But what this bill does is go further than either of the previous bills when it comes to tobacco and opioids. So I want to make it perfectly clear, so that the Twitter barrage doesn't start, that we don't support protecting children, youth from vaping and online predatory behavior. Nothing could be further from the truth. This is about the other consequences that are possible as a result of this bill. So let's talk about what the bill actually says and what it does that goes further than the two previous bills. It is much more broad and is much more sweeping than the two previous bills. That may be good, it may not be. So what's the rush? We're in the legislature, and we've heard all kinds of concerns from people saying, once again, not enough consultation, it's gone too far, when do we get to have our voices heard? What is the rush? Obviously, we want to protect children, youth, and adults, but we also want to get it right. Let's look at the issue of subject matter. In this bill, there is no subject matter limitation. So that means that the principles contained in this law can apply to any product or service. Not just online platforms or vaping, which are fairly obvious, but any product or service. So if you are in the hospitality industry today, you're probably asking yourself, do I have a product or service that has the potential to impact health in British Columbia under the broad definitions in this bill? Well, you probably do, which is why there has been such a significant reaction from small businesses across British Columbia. And let's remember, when the Premier characterized this legislation, he said we're going to go after big, faceless corporations. Well, this bill goes after a lot more than big, faceless corporations. It actually has, because there is no limit to subject matter, it could go after any service or any product. Hardly big, faceless corporations alone. We should also look at the issue of a broadened scope of injury. So let's think about this. This isn't, the definition has been expanded in terms of the scope of injury that is defined in the bill. So Bill 12 specifically includes, and I quote, problematic product use. Think about that for a moment. How do you define that? And what is the product? Remember, we got here because of social media online platform issues. Now we're talking about problematic product use. And this is the one that is extremely concerning. It is also risk of disease, injury, or illness. It's not even the actual disease, the injury, or the illness. If there is a risk, these provisions, this law, would take effect. It also includes a broadened scope of recoverable costs. In other words, it can include a whole bunch of things. For example, the cost of emergency services, the costs incurred by educational authorities. So, for example, a school could make a claim. The point being that it has expanded the scope of recoverable costs. Again, very broad, very sweeping legislation. Here's another expansion. And this is really interesting because it doesn't only have a forward-looking effect, it has a retroactive effect. And in fact, the limitation period in this piece of legislation is 15 years. Tobacco and opioid legislation has a 2-year limitation period. We are looking, you can actually claim 15 years retroactively. Think about the impacts of that and how on earth you determine how that is going to work in our province. This also should be a concern. There is a simplified burden of proof, and that this is a departure from rules of evidence. It's that substantive. The bill allows a certificate from a cabinet minister. So, you know, the Minister of Health or the Minister of Social Services can create a certificate regarding the nature and the cost of healthcare benefits. And that would be considered conclusive proof. Now, I don't know about you, but I have could hardly ever imagine that a certificate from a cabinet minister about costs related to healthcare benefits would be considered conclusive proof. That's what this bill says. And as I said earlier, that is a departure from ordinary rules of evidence. So we are looking at a bill that dramatically changes the level of evidence that is provided. A cabinet minister can create a certificate. So I guess they do some homework with their staff and pump out the certificate, and the next thing you know, that is conclusive proof of what the benefit costs would be. Well, I certainly know I was a cabinet minister for many years, and I'll tell you, that is a very significant shift from what would be required to demonstrate conclusive evidence. Another aspect of Bill 12 that should bring concern is defendants cannot argue that the government's claim has been subject to prior adjudication or settlement. So they can't argue that government has already faced prior adjudication and settlement. That is not allowed under this bill. All of those are major changes that affect how this law will be applied in British Columbia. So as I said earlier, the government press release is pretty hard to argue with. You know, the statements are, and I quote, "We're going to go after wrongdoers to recover the costs of public health harms. We're going to have tools to recover costs associated with the promotion, marketing, distribution of products that are harmful to adults and children." And the target, as I said, appears to be social media companies for harms their algorithms cause people, especially children, kids. But the legislation isn't limited to social media. It potentially applies to any good or service if it can contribute to injury, illness, deterioration of health, problematic use, and this one, increased risk. Well, I can only imagine how we are going to adjudicate a claim based on increased risk of harm. There's probably increased risk with a lot of things that people do in their everyday life and their behaviors. So think about this for a moment. We understand what generated a bill like this. And there's very likely no disagreement about how important it is to deal with those issues. But think about the sectors that could be impacted by this bill. Technology, biotech companies, chemists, the food industry. Here's one. How about the hospitality sector? Beverages. Well, interesting side note here. The government's created an exemption when it comes to beverages, because guess which liquor stores are at risk under this legislation? Private ones. Because the government exempted government-run liquor stores. Try explaining that to anyone. How if there is risk related to a product or service, simply because it's in a government liquor store, it doesn't qualify, but if it's a private one, well, that certainly sets off the trigger. That makes zero sense. That's, as my colleague points out, they actually purchase it from the government. And yet, this government has exempted government liquor stores, government services. So let's target the private liquor stores, but protect government-run services. How does that make any sense at all? And they wonder why there's been a reaction to the bill? Think about the other sectors: health, pharmaceutical companies, manufacturing, resource industries. All of them have a potential product or service that could trigger this law. Now, is that what the government intended? Because if it did, in our view, my view, that is one giant overreach. And here's the really distressing part. Why is the government so unwilling to talk to people about their plans? Nope. Instead, a massive bill arrives in the legislature that has the potential to change how evidence is required, cabinet ministers can sign off a certificate, private liquor stores are exempt. The list goes on. 15 years in terms of retroactive, and they forgot or didn't talk to the people whom it would impact. And Madam Speaker, it's been repeated because it's important to repeat it. The business community has a right to be heard. This impacts them substantively. And I have rarely in my time in this place seen coalitions that include 23 business associations that include the Greater Vancouver Board of Trade, BCBC, CFIB, various restaurant and tourism associations, and others that raise serious concerns about the bill's overreach. Why? Because it could expose them to legal risk. The associations argue the bill has lacked consultation and it has significant negative legal and economic consequences. So what are they asking for? They didn't say, okay, that's it, we don't support it, take it out of the legislature. No, they made a reasonable request to government. What they said was pause, listen, and maybe take into consideration the concerns that these businesses have. So when we think about the bill, we also need to think about the reach, the consequences, and the impacts. And I would love to hear members on the government bench get up and talk about the concerns that the business community have expressed to them, because I can assure you, these letters didn't just go to opposition MLAs. In fact, they went to the Premier, the Attorney General, you name it. In fact, the CC page is practically longer than the letter. And oh, look, all of the MLAs in this legislature have received it. And I want to be sure that, again, the context for the letter is read into the record. And I would like to quote, obviously, from the letter signed by the 23 organizations. The intent, and I quote, "The intention to safeguard the physical and mental health and well-being of British Columbians is laudable and an objective we support." So before government MLAs start to, cast negative aspersions on the business community, they've made it clear they support the intention that the bill represents. What they don't support is that parameters must be clear. And language that's been used, as I said earlier about this bill, vague, sweeping, overreach. They're asking for clarity and appropriately delineated so as not to inadvertently expose a wider spectrum of businesses to legal risk. Think about that. They're not saying don't do it. What they're saying is think of the consequences, and actually giving the government the benefit of the doubt that they are potentially unintended consequences. But that makes it even more incumbent on this government to actually stop being stubborn and listen. These businesses have a right to be heard. The concerns, they say, arise from ramifications of the bill's expansive interpretation. And believe me, BC's legal community has not been hesitant about pointing out all of the issues related to this bill, some of which I've cited today in my concern. Here's the ask. Given the uncertainty and broad scope, we urge the government to take the time to work with interested parties to ensure that appropriate guardrails are in place and that there are no unintended consequences. How on earth is that a controversial ask? It makes it clear that the organizations across this province, across dozens and dozens of sectors, have simply said, you didn't talk to us, we support the original intention of the bill, but it is unclear. And we're asking you to take the time to get it right and to ensure that there are no unintended consequences. The letter goes on to say that the potential consequences of the bill could be significant. An expanded scope of liability, along with related expanded legal and insurance costs due to the broad nature of the bill, are significant. And why is that significant? Well, because the letter goes on to articulate the struggles that businesses are already facing in British Columbia. This is just another layer. The letter points out that there is economic uncertainty, there is low growth, there is a rapidly rising population. BC's economy is slowing, as demonstrated by a year-over-year decrease in retail sales per January 2024 data. Inevitably, these costs associated with increased liability and uncertainty are paid for by, guess who? The consumers. Once again, back to the pockets of taxpayers and consumers in British Columbia. The concerns are real. They are legitimate, and they are not at all unreasonable when it comes to the ask that has been made of this government. In communication from the Business Council of British Columbia, for example, they actually outline step by step the key areas of concern. And they, like other organizations, have made it very clear that it is not the intention of the Act to safeguard the health of British Columbians. We dispute. Clearly on the record. And I think that characterizes exactly how we feel as well. We understand the intent. We share the government's concern about what we do to better protect young people, children, and adults in this province. But we have heard over and over again, on this side of the House at least, and I'm certain the members opposite are hearing it, 5 different sectors that are concerned specifically: retail, energy, manufacturing, technology, and health. And what are they concerned about? The broad scope and the expansive, their word, not mine, new powers embedded in the proposed legislation. And what will that lead to? I can assure you this will happen: lawsuits around a diverse range of products. Think about it. From energy drinks, what about fast food, to social media and natural gas? That is what this bill has the potential to do in this province. When we think about how important it is to have a discussion about things like how do we deal with the horrific things that happen to many young people online, or whether it's vaping, or whether it's, as the Premier described it, those big faceless corporations, that's not who we're hearing from in British Columbia. We're hearing from businesses, small businesses, medium-sized businesses, who are concerned about how this impacts them. And here's the thing. When you think about this letter and the tone of it, it is not an in-your-face, we think the government messed up kind of letter. It is collaborative, it is responsible, and it is well articulated. Here's the final paragraph, the second to last paragraph in the letter from the Business Council of British Columbia. In addition to writing to raise concerns, we are offering to work together to help you better understand why businesses across so many sectors are worried, and to explore options to achieve your desired outcomes without risking further decline in investment in the province. They have a side note, by the way, which says industrial investment has declined for the 5th consecutive year in 2023 and totals just under $700 million. We welcome the opportunity to assist you by bringing together a cross-section of our membership and look forward to more detailed conversation and collaboration. Well, we can only do our part, which is to stand in the legislature speaker after speaker, to make the point to this government that no one is suggesting that there are not important aspects of this bill. But we also need to point out that it is broad, it is vague, it has the potential to impact businesses in British Columbia in a way that they have not even had a chance to describe to this government. It's time for the government to stop stubbornly refusing to consult, to collaborate, and work together with these organizations who will be impacted by this piece of legislation. So today we urge the government to do the right thing, to take a pause, to do the consultation that would be appropriate, to listen and be willing to ensure this law is not a significant expansion of power and an overreach. That simply is not fair, and it is not what I believe was intended in the first place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Caribou North.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I rise today to address Bill 12, the Public Health Accountability and Cost Recovery Act. And I want to thank my colleague from Prince George Valemont for talking about Carson Cleland. And I want to spend a few moments, if I may, out of respect for both the family, the friends, the community that have been tragically impacted by Carson Cleland. October 12th was an incredibly tragic day for the family, both Ryan and Nicola. And it speaks to where I think that this bill, and I know that this bill came out of good intentions, because I know that there are families across this province that are dealing with the horrible consequences that so many of our kids are dealing with around the increased impacts of sextortion. And so I wanted to take a few minutes to put the words of Ryan and Nicola forward in this legislature, because I think it's critically important before I go into elements of the bill. And Carson's mom wanted to share a few comments out of this incredible, horrible impact of losing her young son to online sextortion. And she said, you know, we need to be more active with our kids. And even if you are active, please talk to your kids about predators and all the things that are happening online. And as much as younger kids hate parents going on their phones, maybe they have to, end quote. And we are calling on all parents and caregivers to be honest with young people about the damages of online activity, especially if they engage in chats with people that they don't know in real life. Madam Speaker, I did not know this fact that teenage boys between the ages of 14 to 17 are most impacted by these crimes. And experts say that boys are more likely to start communicating with someone on social media, especially if they think it's with someone within their own age group who is sexually interested in them. I didn't know that. I'm sure many members in this legislature, have been meeting with far more parents that have been bringing in their concerns and their experiences with young people in their lives. Because for so many of us, I had to ask, what is Snapchat and how does that work? And, there is such an evolution in social media and the impacts that it's having on our young people. It's hard for us of a certain generation to even understand how some of those media forms work. And I wanted to read into this record too, that if you're a parent or a loved one, or look, even if you are a young person that actually scrolled accidentally and have found this channel by some reason, we want to send a very clear message that if you are a victim of sextortion, it's important that first you stop communicating immediately with the person and do not give in to their demands. Deactivate the accounts that you are using to communicate with that person. And most importantly, please reach out for help and support. Call your local police. Other contacts include needhelpnow.ca and cybertip.ca for support. It is my hope, Madam Speaker, as it is for all members in this legislature, that the tragedy of Carson Cleland doesn't happen to any other family. So, Madam Speaker, I understand the intent of Bill 12. I understand why it was brought forward, and I understand the importance of the bill. The concern that we have heard is that the scope of the bill does not necessarily meet the intent that the Premier and the government set forward when they were discussing the intent of what this bill was supposed to address. Of course, the safeguard and physical and mental health and well-being of British Columbians and our young people is so critically important. But we fear, Honourable Speaker, that the parameters of Bill 12 must be clearly and appropriately defined so as not to inadvertently expose a wide spectrum of businesses to legal risk. The current draft of this bill does not achieve this, and what we're asking for is a pause. We are asking for that this critical bill, that we take the time to make sure that there are not unintended consequences, and that we do the necessary work to go out and consult. Because, Honourable Speaker, we've heard that if enacted, that this law appears to apply to any product, good, service, or byproduct, product and or service, which we understand can create liability for almost any business operating in or connected to BC. So I want to take a few moments just to talk about what that potentially could mean in the riding of Caribou North, soon to be the riding of Prince George North Caribou. We are incredibly proud of all of the small and medium-sized businesses that operate, support, create the jobs, ensure that the economy of the Caribou, the interior, Prince George, the north, provide for this province. You know, that mom and pop store that has been operating for, in many cases, for generations, that give back to our soccer teams, our hockey teams, our arts festivals are so critically important. And I start with comments in response to this bill, specifically from the Chambers of Commerce in our region. And what they've raised is that because of the broad scope of how this legislation is being presented, that we now potentially, with passing of this legislation, now have a law that could hold any business responsible for any product, good, or service that can cause or may contribute to disease, injury, or illness, or any product or service that potentially could even create a risk of disease, injury, or illness without clear criteria for determining these risks or costs. I've had the opportunity to hear many of my colleagues come forward and speak to this particular bill and reflect on the incredible businesses that we have in our communities. And, you know, I particularly enjoyed some of the comments about, you know, some of the snack food. It's end of Thursday, and I know people are tired, and that thought of getting snacks, you know, was something that people were talking about earlier. And it just, you know, the point that I think some of the speakers before me were talking about is we all know that there are products in our choices of what we like to eat that have potential to contribute to disease or illness, and so where do we hold that liability? And I think when we ask for parameters of what that looks like, I think it's a fair choice. It's a fair reflection that many of the small businesses are just asking those questions and are asking to be consulted, to take the time to work with the interested parties to ensure that there are appropriate guardrails in place and that, again, there are no unintended consequences. You know, some of the other organizations that are in my community that have raised concerns about this bill is the Council of Forest Industries. Look, I have a community and a region that is dependent on our forest economy. And whether you're looking at an MDF plant, a plywood plant, the pulp sector, value-added, bioenergy, sawmilling, so many of the products that contribute to building the homes that all of us need in British Columbia and play a critical role in building the future, the homes that we all need, have some significant concerns about a bill that now provides a minister or ministers the ability to provide to put a cost on a business, a certificate of a cost of a business, if there is if it appears that there's a product or service that may cause or may contribute to disease, injury, or illness, but any product or service that contributes even to the risk of disease, injury, or illness. And there's a 15-year span on that. So the Council of Forest Industries have raised concerns about this bill, and they would like to have that conversation with the government to understand what the intent of including some of the other business or some of the liability piece that is talked about in this bill. Some of the other business associations that have come forward is the BC Craft Breweries, and we have an incredible craft brewery in our community, Barkerville Brewing, a fantastic small business in our region, and they've raised, you know, rightfully the association's raised concerns. They've raised concerns about what the liability means for their association. Able BC have raised concerns about, from the liquor industry, what this bill means for them, and the ability from a cabinet minister to say, hey, I think today that we should go after this particular group of businesses to recover the health costs related to any injury that may happen, and even if it's 15 years down the road. We heard from the Business Council of British Columbia about the impacts, and I'm going to spend a few minutes specifically talking about a few things that I've had the opportunity to review, having the opportunity to review with the BC Business Council about the significant concerns that continue to be raised about the erosion of the standard of living of British Columbians. Now, often when we talk about the economy and we talked about productivity, sometimes that language is hard for, it's hard to understand how that impacts us as individuals. We've seen a significant decline in productivity in the province and in this country, and it is an emergency. It's an emergency that we have to address when we look at the per capita GDP and where that number is particularly growing, and how that's going to impact not just our generation, but future generations, and contributes to the fact that our young people's standard of living is eroding. And part of the piece of that decline in productivity is the fact that we have not seen the type of investment that is required, the innovation, the research coming into British Columbia, and there are a number of reasons for that. But part of that is about uncertainty. So when we bring forward legislation and we bring forward policies and regulations that contribute to a sense of uncertainty in this province and impacts investment decisions, we should all be incredibly alarmed. All of us in this legislature should want to ensure that the legislation that we bring forward doesn't have the type of unintended consequences that will impact not just our generation, but future generations. As we deliver a message or send signals, or this government sends signals out broadly, not just to Canada, but to a larger global audience, that we're not open for business. Concerns that we will set up an environment where we have that cumulative level of taxation, that we have regulation that changes all of the time, that what might be a regulation that is in place today can simply be changed by a minister tomorrow, that can have significant consequences on that particular business, is very, very concerning. Because at the end of the day, what happens if we drive all of these businesses out of our province? What happens if we hollow out our communities right across this province? What if people decide that it's not worth the risk anymore of coming in and operating a business in British Columbia? Where do we get the services and the products that people depend on? Look, government can't provide everything, nor should they. We need to make sure that free enterprise, and we need to make sure that we have an environment that creates a healthy investment climate, where innovation and research is showcased, where people can benefit from understanding that we have a taxation, a regulation, and a policy environment that says, I am willing to invest in that innovative product or that research to make sure that we're global leaders. Isn't that something that we should all be aspiring to ensure that we have the types of globally competitive businesses here in the province of British Columbia that ensures that we have the revenues that we all need to pay for healthcare and education and all those services that we depend on. What happens if we drive all of the business and revenue out of this province? Who is going to pay for the healthcare? Who is going to pay for our education system? We've got to do a better job, and it is an emergency that we have in this province that is impacting not just our standard of living, but the standard of living for our kids. So we're not saying that the choice that the government made to bring this bill forward, it is a laudable one. We should be looking at ways to keep our kids safe. But the broad scope that this bill has brought forward has significant consequences. And then there's just basic hypocrisy, right? Like, so, you know, we're going to hold private liquor stores for the potential harms that happen, but our government-run liquor stores, you're fine, you're not included in this. You know, the harm that is happening because of policies that this government has made, they're not responsible for any of the healthcare costs or damages that are being done in the community. The government's off the hook, but anyone in the private sector I think is deeply alarming and troubling. And as we delve deeper into this bill and during the committee stage, you know, our focus will be ensuring that the provisions in this bill effectively address public health concerns without imposing undue burdens on entities that operate within the bounds of the law. Because I know I've heard from many businesses and they feel that they've done everything right. They, you know, for so many of them, I talked to a business just this past weekend in third generation in our community. And they just feel that at what point, under the current taxation and policies and regulations that are happening in this province, do they just shut their doors? They just don't feel welcome in this province anymore. And I think that's troubling. You know, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business has been doing some, you know, really solid work on reaching out to businesses and members across this province and just articulating the challenges and the risks of policies and regulation, and then in this particular case, Bill 12, of legislation that has the potential to have far-reaching consequences outside the scope of what the bill was originally set out to do. And so what we're saying is take a moment, government, to reach out to the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses. Reach out to Restaurants Canada. Boy, have we heard from the restaurant sector about the challenges that they are currently experiencing. So to the members, the constituents in my riding, what happens when we lose more restaurants in our communities? How does that impact your choices? How does that impact our jobs? How does that impact our economy? And you should, as we are today, raising the alarm bells that when these associations step up and say we have some significant concerns about this legislation, and we're just asking to be consulted so that we understand and that we can deliver to government our concerns, I think it's important that we do that. Some of the other organizations that drive the economy of British Columbia is the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters. And we should be proud of the manufacturers, the agri industry, manufacturing industry plays a critical role when we talk about food security. And all of these things are very important, and they've raised alarm bells about this bill and the unintended consequences. How about the BC Greenhouse Growers Association, who've also raised that? So when food security starts being threatened by legislation in this bill because we just don't have a clear understanding of the consequences of this bill, we should be paying attention. When a BC Greenhouse Growers Association says, look, we need some more time and we need to be consulted to understand the impact of Bill 12 and what this means for our association, we should be paying attention. When the chemistry industry raises concerns to this government, we should be taking action and we should be paying attention. And finally, maybe just to spend a few moments on talking about our incredible tourism association and tourism industries across this province. Look, I know that this is the time of year that we are encouraging everyone to make sure you plan a staycation. Make sure you look at opportunities to get out and enjoy everything that British Columbia has to offer, but particularly save some of your hard-earned dollars to give back in and enjoy some of the extraordinarily incredible tourism assets and businesses that we have in this province. Look, they've raised alarm bells on this bill. The tourism industry is saying, look, we just think that we want to be consulted, we want to have that conversation with government, we understand at a high level why the government brought this forward, but the legislation has some significant flaws that I think need, so what they're asking is pause, take a moment to have reflection on the unintended consequences that this bill could have on all of these different businesses, small businesses, groups, and organizations across this province. Because at what point, and I said this before, once we have bills that send that message across the globe that British Columbia is no longer a welcoming environment to invest or do business in, we're all going to have serious consequences in the fact that we will no longer have the revenue that we need to ensure that we can provide the quality services in healthcare and education and all of the social supports that I know how important it is in each of these communities. So in closing, we are asking the government to take a sober pause, to reflect on the consequences or unintended consequences of how they have written this bill, number 12, the Public Health Accountability and Cost Recovery Act 2024, to take the necessary time to go out and consult and to meet in communities. Look, I would be happy to help the government set up meetings in my riding. And I'm sure every member in this House would welcome the opportunity to have the government come into our communities and sit down and consult with people in our communities and to listen to their experiences and to listen to their concerns. Because at the end of the day, we are all elected by constituents in our community, and quite frankly, government needs to do a far better job of listening to the impacts of their regulation, their policies, and their taxes, and the impacts it's having on everyone.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Delta South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Getting late in the day, late in the week, but I'm happy to rise this afternoon to speak to Bill 12, the Public Health Accountability and Cost Recovery Act. And as my colleague from Caribou North succinctly stated at her very end, this is a pause that we need to take, that government needs to take, and I'm going to start off with that, not end with that, but we all need to take a sober pause on this bill and take a look at the many businesses and services that can be affected by cost recovery. And when you talk about cost recovery, you think, well, what do we mean by cost recovery? Is there enough rules and regulations and permits and red tape and bureaucracy with businesses in our province now that they have to start worrying about the possibility of them being labeled for cost recovery for something that they have produced or something that they may have sold? Madam Speaker, today I rise to address Bill 12, the Public Health Accountability and Cost Recovery Act 2024, a piece of legislation that on the surface promises to safeguard public health and ensure wrongdoers bear the cost of their actions. This bill is reminiscent of previous legislation such as the Tobacco Damages and Healthcare Cost Recovery Act and the Opioid Damages and Healthcare Cost Recovery Act. Yet it introduces broader mechanisms, Madam Chair, for recovering health-related costs. Specifically, it targets individuals or corporations and any entity that causes or contributes to public health issues. I am particularly interested in Clause 9, a novel introduction that grants a minister unprecedented power to issue certificates establishing the cost of health care benefits. It's just another example, Madam Chair, of a government of secrecy with lack of consultation and engagement. There needs to be a pause on Bill 12 to enable consultation with these business associations about their far-reaching consequences of this bill. The concerns around the overly broad scope of Bill 12, which is not well defined, need to be addressed. Madam Chair, the NDP government should be taking a more targeted approach to the deal with the harms of social media platforms. And as my colleagues have spoken here earlier this afternoon on situations that we feel are a very important part of public health accountability, and that's the apps or the social media dangers that young people can get into. And we've had examples that come forward, and I have an example of my own, of a young person that was playing for the Delta Hockey Academy. And without getting into a full name, the young man's name was Robin. This was a big news item, made global TV news. And what a sad situation of companies or agencies or people that set up social media apps where young people get involved with exchanging photos, sextortion. And this young man by the name of Robin that was playing for our Delta Hockey Academy took his own life because of the consequences of sextortion and somebody extorting the fact that the images would be shared, and this caused this young man so much grief. So these are examples of how public health accountability is important and can be used, and we feel it should be used for opioids, for apps such as this that cause a great deal of harm to young people that get involved in things they should not be getting involved in. Tobacco is another example, and we can live with that, and we can agree with things like that. Bill 12 is far broader than BC's healthcare cost recovery legislation for cigarettes and opioids, which focused on specific industries. The permitted recovery under Bill 12 goes beyond just healthcare costs and includes other government expenditures, including education and prevention relating to the disease, injury, or illness. It begs the question, Madam Chair, who defines what is likely and on what basis? This clause hands over a blank check of authority, potentially overreaching into realms of speculative justice and little oversight, granting power to a minister to hand out these charges. While the intention to recover costs from a broader range of wrongdoers is clear, we must carefully consider the potential for unintended consequences that could arise from such broad definitions. As we prepare to delve deeper into this bill during the committee stage, our focus will be on ensuring that its provisions effectively address public health concerns without imposing undue burdens on entities that operate within the bounds of the law. And Madam Chair, while I'm at it, it will allow government to sue wrongdoers, regardless of if there are individuals or corporations or other entities who either cause or contribute to the disease, illness, or injury, or the risk, even the risk, Madam Chair, of disease, illness, or injury. This plays such a huge role and will become quite a fear, I would think, for many businesses and corporations, and even, and I'm going to talk about this later, even the agriculture industry is going to be quite worried about this bill. This bill is intended to hold wrongdoers accountable for their harmful conduct, including the promotion, marketing, and distribution of harmful products. This will shift the financial burden of public health harms from the province to the wrongdoer. And Madam Chair, I just want to talk now about the fact that the Business Association of British Columbia sent forward some information and concerns that they have with Bill 12. And I'll quote, "The intention to safeguard the physical and mental health and well-being of British Columbians is laudable and an objective that we support. We are writing today to emphasize that the parameters in Bill 12 must be clear and appropriately delineated so as not to inadvertently expose a wider spectrum of businesses to legal risk," which I've spoken to so far. The current draft does not achieve this and has been advanced without sufficient engagement, Madam Chair. Given the uncertainty and broad scope, we urge the government to take the time to work with interested parties to ensure appropriate guardrails are in place and that there are no unintended consequences. Madam Chair, if enacted, the law appears to apply to any product, good, service, or byproduct, product and/or service, which we understand can create liability for almost any business operating in or connected to British Columbia. Similarly, the bill appears to apply not only to a product or service that may cause or may contribute to disease, injury, or illness, but also to any product, service that contributes or even the risk, Madam Chair, the risk of disease, injury, or illness without clear criteria for determining these risks or costs. Madam Chair, further, Bill 12 expands the type and scope for costs the government to other expenditures by the government made directly or through one or more agents, other intermediate bodies or education authorities for programs, services, benefits, or similar matters associated with disease, injury, or illness, creating significant risks to all sectors of the economy. The use of a certificate from a minister of the federal or provincial government as proof of expenditures without conclusive proof of actual risk or harm is alarming and without precedent. Madam Chair, I want to speak briefly about businesses in my riding of Delta South. I think of Annacis Island, a huge industrial park area in Delta, Tilbury Industrial Park. So many businesses and processing companies there, processing products such as vegetables at BC Fresh, vegetable processing. We have businesses in Tilbury Industrial Park and Annacis Island processing milk and dairy products. We have businesses that are dealing with meat products from our beef cattle industry in British Columbia. Madam Chair, so many companies are at risk, and I think about manufacturing. I think about agriculture, I think about people in the bakery business. You know, like, it may sound crazy, but we have to consider very odd circumstances. We have to consider our BC cattle industry. You know, cattle get sick just like humans do, and cattle get treated with antibiotics just like humans do. We don't want to see cattle suffer, so the veterinarian comes and we treat them with penicillin or antibiotics. But we cannot have any of those animals slaughtered or used for meat until that has removed from their system. But if there was a situation where there was some meat that was perhaps tainted somehow, got into a local farmer's market, does that mean that suddenly government comes after the poor farmer that had this incident, or something went sideways and suddenly he's being charged with the issue of some meat that wasn't good? Same with the dairy industry, same with vegetables. Madam Chair, I'm thinking about a vegetable farmer in a big way in my riding that grow a lot of potatoes. So obviously we use sprays and pesticides and different things. What would happen if someone purchased a vegetable of some type, got sick? Could the farmer be actually held accountable and charged by government for the product that he grew on his farm and sold at a farmer's market or sold in a grocery store, and someone claimed that they got sick from that? Does that come back to the farmer that produced those products?
You're making me hungry, man.
As we dissect the intentions of Bill 12, we also question the broader implications for our province's approach to public health. This legislation suggests a reactive stance seeking reparations after the fact rather than proactively preventing public health crises. This is truly the government can offer. Is this truly what the government can offer to British Columbians? This includes reviewing the inefficiencies that have grown within the healthcare system under the government's watch and currently only getting worse. Madam Chair, like I said before, I'd be very concerned if I was a business owner, a manufacturer in the province of BC, and then we talk about even the discussion of craft breweries or private liquor stores that can be held accountable, but not a licensed government liquor store. I mean, where does that come in? How does this make any sense? So if you're making craft beer, and we have two wonderful craft breweries, Four Winds and Barnside in my riding of Delta South, if something goes wrong, if there's a hiccup in the brewing process and somehow a beer doesn't get recalled in time because of some irregularity and someone gets ill from that, are our craft breweries going to be worried about the fact, like, my goodness, should we continue to make beer if we're at risk of being brought up on charges because something went wrong with our brewery, our brewmaster, and someone drank some beer and got sick from it? Lack of consultation. I think of the letters and emails I'm going to get because of Bill 12 from the BC Agriculture Council, from the BC Cattlemen's Association, from the BC Tree Fruit Growers. I mean, we process and manufacture and package cherries and apples and pears, and there's always something that can go sideways with any sort of processing of food products that people eat. So will they be worried for their industry with processing of tree fruits? Will people be worried about the processing of bees and honey, which they sell at farmers markets? Will people be worried about the processing of dairy products if something went sideways with a dairy product at Island Farms or Dairyland or one of the other manufacturers we have in the province? So many things that different businesses are going to be concerned about. The wine industry, we all know that, you know, it's an art to make wine, but sometimes things can go sideways. I can't imagine the letters and emails I'm going to get next week from all these different associations that are going to be concerned that they could be held accountable for agricultural products that they produce and sell to people either in grocery stores or at farmers markets. The associations are asking, Madam Speaker, for a pause to the bill. Honourable Speaker, clearly the consultation leading up to this legislation has been lackluster. Legislation that fails to consider all outcomes only hurts British Columbians more. To quote the aforementioned letter, these costs come, and I quote, "These costs come amidst economic uncertainty, low growth, and a rapidly rising population. BC's economy is slowing, as demonstrated by a year-over-year decrease in retail sales per January 2024 data. Inevitably, these costs associated with increased liability and uncertainty are paid by consumers and businesses." Madam Speaker, we need accountability from this government before we even seek accountability elsewhere. In contrast to the current government's approach, a BC United government would implement comprehensive strategies to not only recover costs, but also prevent public health harms before they occur. Madam Speaker, in light of the level of concern raised by the signatory of letters, the official opposition calls for a pause until there is clarity from this government to ensure the legislation truly serves the best interests of all British Columbians while ensuring addressing the healthcare crisis as the primary focus. Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity, but I look to my manufacturing companies, my agriculture sector, craft breweries, tree fruits. There's a lot of businesses in this province that are going to sit back in the next few days and take a look at this Bill 12 legislation and be very concerned about their future as a business owner in British Columbia. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Kelowna Mission.
Oh, thanks. Yes, end of a long, short week. Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. I really do appreciate having the time to stand and speak to this bill, because truly it is extraordinary. The farther I dug and the more that my phone lit up with the concern that is coming from outside of these walls, the more concerned I became. The powers that are found in this bill are exceptionally far-reaching. The definitions are far too vague, and the implications, as I had stated earlier, are sending shockwaves through every corner of our province. Every industry, every business owner, every lab and innovator, and truly through every part of our economy. I mean, on the face of it, Bill 12, the Public Health Accountability and Cost Recovery Act of 2024, it looks pretty solid, right? I mean, it's all about making sure that public health is protected and the folks who cause trouble are the ones footing the bill. And sure, we can talk through, and as my colleagues have before me, talk through the reminiscence of previous acts that we've seen, the ones that have targeted tobacco and opioid companies. But this legislation proposes measures that, while at first glance seem designed to protect the health of our citizens by ensuring that those responsible for health crises are held financially accountable, but actually holds far more power than just that. When I looked at what the bill was touted as and what the NDP have said it's trying to do, it is coming under the auspices of protecting children. Who doesn't want to protect children? I had the pleasure of introducing my firstborn this morning in the House, and honestly, I would do anything to protect my kids. Anything. We know the stories from Carson Cleland, from Amanda Todd, and how their tragedies have so greatly affected us all. I have thought through my own children and their traumas with social media and the explosion of social media, online bullying, and the impact it's had on my own family. Of course, we want to stop online bullying. We know the horrific effects and the devastating results. Who wouldn't want to make that better? And moreover, what this bill aims to achieve is that vindication that we want, making social media companies pay for the harms that come to our children. So yes, I can agree with the press release that came out with this bill. The laudable intent to protect our children. It echoes our shared commitment to safeguarding the well-being of our children and the broader public against health hazards. We've seen this at work with the Tobacco Damages and Healthcare Cost Recovery Act and the Opioid Damages and Healthcare Cost Recovery Act. And those two underscore our ongoing efforts in this domain. But Bill 12, it's a whole new level. It has an expanded framework for cost recovery from entities implicated in public health issues, but it goes a whole different direction. It's not specific to tobacco damages or healthcare costs. It's not specific to opioid damages and healthcare costs. It's not specific to online damages and healthcare costs. This is a significant step in the legislative lineage, because as we peel back the layers of this bill, there are amazing concerns that are being literally like shouted from outside of these walls right now. And largely because the breadth of its reach has no bounds, literally, and the implications of its enforcement could have devastating effects, not only for our business community, but for our citizens who rely on the business community to provide goods and services. The discretionary nature of, let's talk about Clause 9, which empowers a minister to unilaterally determine the financial impact of healthcare costs, but also accounting for both incurred and anticipated costs. How could you ever decide that? And the NDP have some amazing lawyers on their side. They would know common law. They would understand civil law and what the burden of proof for damages would be. This completely circumvents that. The discretionary nature of this cause, coupled then with vague qualifiers like likely to be provided, introduces a very unsettling degree of uncertainty and the potential for gross overreach, entrusting a single office with the power to make these far-reaching financial judgments with minimal oversight. Further complicating matters is the broadening of key definitions within the bill. Terms like benefit recipient or product or promote. This expansion significantly widens the scope of who and what can be implicated, raising questions about the potential for unintended consequences that could ensnare entities operating legally and ethically within our province. There are no subject matter bounds to this legislation. So is this bill about a restaurant serving rich and fatty foods? Is it about a fashion retailer selling clothing? Is it about a cruise line coming to Victoria or Vancouver, taking up our ports? Is this about private liquor stores or wineries selling alcohol? And I couldn't say the BC provincial liquor stores because those are exempt. So in terms of alcohol, who is actually responsible? My colleague previously from Delta South was talking about our farming community. So are the farmers responsible because they grow the wheat and the barley that makes up our beer? Is it the brewery who takes that wheat and barley and turns it into our beer? Is it the liquor store owner who sold that beer? Is it the restaurateur who bought that beer and then resold it to their patrons? I'm not sure. Nor is this bill, because the bill doesn't actually define who is responsible. I mean, we could talk about the pharmaceutical industry, but who would be responsible there? I mean, the government doesn't, I guess, have to be responsible for the safe supply that it doles out, but if someone became addicted because of safe supply, I don't know. Who would be responsible? Do we just sue the opioid company again? No, we wouldn't have to under this bill. A ministerial certificate could literally determine the fate of a company, could circumvent the entirety of the legal process. How about a private university that's working on innovation? Are they responsible? Perhaps one of their innovative products that was launched caused harm? A technology company. No, not the social media companies that we're trying to actually hold responsible. How about a technology company that has recipes? Recipes for baking. Now there's a culprit that we need to destroy. And obviously, Speaker, I am joking. A tainted donut, perhaps. Thank you. A tainted donut, or maybe just one with extra sugar and fat. Maybe a high protein one that leads me into a ketogenic state that absolutely obliterates my system. I don't even know what a ketogenic state would do. Cream filling that's gonna arrive. But this bill also doesn't just cover goods, it covers services. A trainer, personal trainer, who could be held responsible for, I don't know, telling someone to do an exercise that causes physical harm. Or how about massive resource sector industry players that we desperately need? Who determines if the mining sector is good or bad for us? I don't know. We need the electrification. We need those rare earth minerals. We need copper for wiring. Are they bad? Or are they not bad? Because it's mining. Who determines it? Well, right now it's a minister. This far-reaching nature is truly evidenced in the numerous signatories in the letters that are asking, begging, pleading for this bill to be stopped, rethought, and put forward in a different manner, with clearer definitions and within a defined reach. And this isn't just a business concern. Experts like lawyers at major firms, including McCarthy Tétrault, Fasken, Lawson Lindell, BLG, and Blake Castles, are warning that the bill as drafted could have far-reaching effects. They've published online their concerns, and I'll quote, "A right for the BC and federal government to recover the cost of healthcare benefits for health-related wrongs in respect of any good or service." Any. Joint and several liability of directors or officers, and this goes retroactive with no limitation periods if action is commenced within 15 years. So action could be commenced within that 15-year time horizon, and you could have to wait another 10 years for it to all play out. Who in their right mind would invest in a company with an indefinite liability? An indefinite. This will have significant procedural advantages to the government in proving its claim. The bill permits a minister of the government to issue a certificate that is, and I quote, "conclusive proof of the cost of healthcare benefits that have been incurred and will likely be provided Furthermore, this bill actually allows the BC government to seek to bring a class action claiming costs from companies on behalf of all provincial, federal, and territorial governments in Canada. The bill's current trajectory has not only elicited a legal opinion, it's evidenced by a letter from 23 business associations, another letter from a business association that represents all of the businesses across BC. And these 23 businesses, we're talking about Greater Vancouver Board of Trade, Retail Council of Canada, BC Craft Brewers, Able BC, British Columbia Hotel Association, Canadian Craft Distillers, Rural Liquor Stores, the New Wave Wine Society, Kofi, Restaurants Canada, CFIB, BC RFA, the Canadian Federation of Independent Grocers, the British Columbia Business Council, Tourism Industry Association of BC, Canadian Beverage Association, Food, Health and Consumer Products of Canada, Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, BC Chamber of Commerce, Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers, BC Greenhouse Growers Association, Chemistry Industry of Canada. And their concerns are echoing what we're hearing from the legal opinions. It's too broad. It can apply anywhere. That it applies not only to a product or service that may cause or contribute to disease, injury, or illness, but also that has a risk of disease. Who determines that? That it could have a certificate only from a minister. The BC Business Council letters talks about that excessively broad and unspecified range, the potential risk versus proven impact, a low burden of proof, departure from common law, and sounds the alarm bell.
Noting the hour, member.
That the cost of doing business will rise and we will see less businesses. Noting the hour, I reserve my place and I will move that we adjourn debate.
Member, you heard the question to adjourn the debate. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Section A reports Bill number 13 complete without amendment.
When shall the bill be read a third time? Government House Leader.
Next sitting.
So ordered. When shall the bill be read a third time? Government House Leader. Members, the third reading of Bill 13. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Bill 13, Land Title Property Law Amendment Act 2024 has been read third time and has passed. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply Section C reports progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again? So ordered. Government House Leader.
I move the House now adjourn.
Members, you heard the question to adjourn the House. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 o'clock Monday, April 8th.